What's going on, everyone? How are we all doing tonight? Sorry about the late arrival. Just had to get some things working a little bit cleaner on my side, but we're all good now. What's up? Oh, who we got in chat? AZ and Stacy. I'm just in a more relaxed mood, I guess. I just quit my job. No! What happened? Why'd you quit your job? They're gonna be wondering in a couple days why productivity suddenly went to nearly 0% when the one person was barely paid anything left. Well, yeah, that's yeah. Hopefully you got something else lined up. That's always one of those things I've always thought about, quitting my day job and going off to do something else. But unfortunately, I don't have anything backed up. So I didn't notice before. Oh, that you rhyme. Oh, AZ and Stacy. I gotcha. All right. So, what's up, PCM? How you doing tonight? So, tonight, I'm actually gonna be doing something I haven't done actually for a little while. I got some things I want to add to D&D Beyond, so we're gonna be doing that. I quit mostly because I was just always expected to do shit outside of my job description, and the other employees were a bit of a pain. On top of that, biggest pain in the ass. Dude, I get it. I've been a retail manager for the last 10 years. I am unfortunately very well aware of what it is to deal in retail. So you're keeping the hat. Keeping the hat. Oh god, what's up, Jared? Okay, so what? Not that I'm trying to figure out what company you're working for, but I'm gonna try and without you saying, figure out what company you're working for. What retail environment would have you wearing a hat? I don't know. That's one I can't quite think of. That's not formatted correctly. Bucky's, get a massive beaver hat. Isn't that a restaurant though? Isn't that a or no, that is a retail environment, yeah. It's like Cracker Barrel, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we have one. Oh, that's right. AZ is in Ireland, so I probably wouldn't even know it. Wasn't retail. Oh, it was customer service. But I can't remember what it was called. Oh, I gotcha. Bucky's is essentially a massive sheet/store. Okay. Cracker Barrel is the firling shrine of white people. Cracker Barrel was the sacred place of conservatives until recently. Oh yeah, by the way, that's right. It is Jared's birthday. I wasn't gonna bring it up, but Stacy did. So, say happy birthday to Jared. I'm trying to get my more working here. Oh, sweet. There we go. It is working. I'm sure when I go to open a restaurant called Monkey Bucket, I'm racist. Oh, yeah. Yeah, kinda. Oh, man. Yeah, so I'm honestly gonna do something I haven't done in a while. I got some stuff I want to add to D&D Beyond. It's been a bit since I've done something like this, and yeah, we're gonna do this. This feels so weird on my side. I gotta swap these. Hold on, give me a second. It's weird. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but to understand what I'm looking at now is that, and I don't like that. So shit. Yeah. Now, how am I gonna do this? Okay, this one on the left needs to be that, and this one on the right needs to be that, but we gotta see. No. Oh. Fuck. What a pain. What a pain. Trying to get things lined up right. There you go. Oh, they're good. Oh, glitchy. I know. That's actually because I have my other camera on. And I'm going to... I have it powered on. I'm actually going to talk about something first. I'm actually going to talk about something first before I jump into making stuff. So I got to bring up the desktop camera. Hey, look at that. You can see my hands and all. So did I see your waterbender character? You know what? I will bring up your waterbender character in just a minute after I talk about this sick ass book that I got the other day. Oh yeah. Oh no, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna scrutinize every intricate detail of it like I'm hunting for truffles. No, yeah, we'll take a look at it. No, I want to talk about this sick ass book that I got the other day in the mail. I ordered it from Amazon. It is, as you can see, Dungeons and Dragons, Wizards and Spells, a young adventurer's guide. So this is kind of targeted more towards younger players, but it is likewise, fireball is all you need. Yeah. But it is officially licensed by Wizards. And it is definitely a really interesting look into the mages of D&D and like some explanations about the spell. So I'm not going to go over every bit of this, but I do kind of want to point out some of the things that I thought were really interesting in here, because I think it's actually a nice resource even for someone, you know, who's been at this for a couple years. There's actually some stuff that's really cool in here that I want to go over. So read it cover to cover. It literally says that. It actually literally says that in the book. Right no, this way. Right there. That this paragraph, read this book start to finish. So, but first thing, right in the very beginning, we get a cool little, I gotta figure out how to, hold on. Yeah, no, I want to be able to hold it right here. Hold on. Let me move that out of my way. God, it's been a while since I used this camera. Okay. We're actually we're gonna scale this down. Nope. Now we're gonna make it bigger. There we go. Yeah, that's actually right where I want it. Cool. So right there, we have mystical magic makers. It kind of gives a basic explanation of what each mage class is. So you got bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, and wizard. Let me scoot that back a bit. There we go. So it says in here, bard, magical entertainers who use magic, dance, and song to inspire, heal, and create illusions. Cleric, faithful warriors who wield divine magic in service of their deity. Druid, shape-shifting guardians of the environment who draw upon nature's energy for their power. Sorcerer, nature spellcasters whose raw power comes from the blood of dragons or some other magical birthright. Warlock, magicians who gain their arcane knowledge through pacts with otherworldly creatures. And wizard, scholarly magic users who study ancient tomes and scrolls to gain mastery of the magical arts. So jumping in, if you want to look this up, you can head to Amazon. You can head really anywhere, type in like wizards and spells, a young adventurer's guide, or look up the author Jim Zub. So if you check out Jim Zub and on Amazon, it'll pop up. But there was a website that like had all of these, but I found them on Amazon. They're like $10 a piece. They're like $10 or $12 a piece, and there's 2 new ones coming out in August and September. So like I think these are a little bit older. So let me see if they have a copyright or something. Let's see, it might be, nope. Actually doesn't actually. Oh wait, here we go. Okay, this was 2020, so yeah, just a couple years old. But yeah, so funny enough, I actually think you can find this at local bookstores. I swear to God, I have seen this. I've seen this at Barnes and Nobles. To those local around where I live, the Greensburg one, or the one in Greensburg is specifically the one I'm referring to. There's all kinds of these. Now the thing to keep in mind is that this is not this is I guess a benefit to Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, they are Prime eligible. The price is $12.99. On Amazon, you can get these ones. Shut the fuck up, Jared. You can get these ones for like $8 on Amazon, but they are available in brick and mortar, I believe. So, moving on. When we just dox ourselves, yeah. Boy. So yeah. Right on the inside. Oh, where are we at? Fuck. Why am I? Hold on. I want it right there. Let me. Fuck. Okay. So we're gonna pull that over. Gonna move that over, and we're gonna cut that. I think that's. Oh, that's so good right there. Okay, cool. I'm locking that in. We're locking that in. All right, so got the table of contents. Character classes are listed in here. Oh my God, there we go. Yeah, character classes listed in there. We got types of magic items. You got all kinds of stuff. So moving on to the first section, there's like a little introduction. It says you're in a fantasy realm. That means that there are fantastical creatures and even more fantastical abilities. What kind of magic do you wield? How will you use your powers? This book is a great way to answer those 2 very important questions. So it gets a little bit of an introduction to how to use this book, how to go through and just like kind of giving you an overview about like building a character that would be a spellcaster. And aside from using this as like a little guide to help you understand mages, I fucking love these illustrations. Like, this is sick. Like, that's sick. I love the art in this book. All right, so up first, character classes. Not gonna lie, again, talking about the art and the illustrations, I love this. It shows the same character with different styles based on what kind of spellcaster they would be. You know, you got the cleric wearing the heavier armor, you got the druid with the feathers, the more like leathery kind of setup, and then you got the warlock down there with a cloak and a little imp familiar. So really playing that up. I love how the sorcerer has like a little ion stone floating around their head, so that's pretty sick. And then we get into the classes. Your cats are crackheads. Well, that's not good. You should probably keep those drugs off of them. So each one of the classes is outlined, and then there is a legendary bard or legendary character that it goes over, and it gives you a little bit of information about actually playing that character, and then it gives you some information about them. So I'm gonna jump over to the cleric, because the cleric was actually the one that I got really drawn to this character that's in here, Belvala, and I'll show why. And it kind of gave me this inspiration for like an entire category of magic items. So looks a lot like the King of Pop. Oh, looks a lot like Elvis. I mean, to me, it looks this looks like just like your through and through thespian. I'm trying not to catch the glare from my lights, but I'm failing at that. Yeah. So love this character. So when you're reading this through, each page is kind of set up a very similar way. It gives you an illustration about the character. It says in the top there, do you have a clear purpose in life? Do you seek to inspire those around you? Do you desire to serve a higher power? You might be a cleric. Oh, King of Pop, Michael Jackson. Yeah, I can see that. So I love the little questions that it gives. Do you believe that there is magic in music? Do you often find yourself the center of attention? Do you love to perform? You might be a bard. Jump over to someone else. Sorcerer. Do strange things happen when you're around? Do you cope positively with uncertainty and chaos? Do you trust your intuition? You might be a sorcerer. So I love this. I love these cool little questions that it asks, because it kind of gives you something to look at to say, okay, is this something that I could say yes to? The druid, for example, do you feel a strong connection with nature? Do you care passionately about the environment? Do you love animals so much you could be one? You might be a druid. So each one of them asks a similar question in here, just to give you a little bit of guidance. Then from there, it explains the different domains or the different subclasses. So for the cleric, now keep in mind, this is only going to show stuff that would be in like the original PHB, but we got life, light, nature, tempest, and trickery, with it kind of giving a little bit of an explanation about each one. Life, gods that care most for the preservation of life. These circles are expert healers. Light, gods of beauty, rebirth, and the sun. These clerics use cleansing fire and blinding light. Tempest, god of storms and weather. These clerics can summon lightning or command powerful winds. So a very simple 2-line explanation. Really to read fonts. Oh, really? Wait, are you saying easy to read fonts? Because I do agree. If you are saying easy to read fonts, I do agree. So from that, we jump over to the next page, which gives a little bit of an explanation about easy. Yes. So gods are a very real presence in the world of Dungeons and Dragons. They can bestow blessings and power upon their most faithful followers. Among these faithful are the clerics who channel divine magic to heal the injured, protect the weak, and smite the wicked. A cleric's magic is defined by the nature of the god they serve. They wear their god's symbol, fight in their god's name, and live every day according to the principles of their faith. This doesn't necessarily mean they're reserved or quiet characters. Some gods are very raucous and wild, such as Tempest or Tyr. Clerics will often follow their god's call to set off on an adventure, perhaps to right wrong, vanquish a foe, or bring home a lost relic. Wherever they go, clerics make their god and their faith take their faith with them. And then down here at the bottom, we have equipment and attributes. Armor. Clerics are the chosen warrior of their gods and often don heavy armor, explaining that clerics get heavy armor proficiency. Weapons, they carry formidable instruments such as swords, hammers, and crossbows. Funny it doesn't mention maces, because mace is kind of like the weapon for clerics. Holy symbols, each god has a symbol that is sacred to its faith, and clerics not only wear their symbols on their armor, but also carry physical representations of them, such as talismans or an engraved shield. Channeling divinity, clerics draw on the powers of their gods to cast their magic. These effects vary according to the type of god they serve and can include powers of healing, destruction, deception, and light, and destroying the undead, one of their core abilities. Clerics are the scourge of undead creatures whose existence is an insult to all the gods. Clerics can channel their divine powers through their holy symbols to drive the undead away or destroy them. This is a lovely description of what a cleric is. Like, through and through, everything that is on here is that's way too far away. I was hoping to maybe make it a little clearer, but we're still good up here. I don't have anything to set this on. I wish I had something. Oh wait, actually got a bottle. I got 2 bottles. Hey, would you look at that? We can make this shit work after all. Let's adjust the focus a little bit. No, that's far worse. That's getting worse. It's right about there. It just needs to be honestly closer. I wish I had a better setup for showing physical stuff. Okay. Although that covers just the original from the PHP, it would be a good starting point if wanting to help explain other subclasses or homebrew not in there. Honestly, so if you were to buy this for like a new player or a young player, honestly, keeping it limited to these 6 subclasses would be fine. And one of the things to consider is when somebody is brand new to the game, while options are good, throwing so many books and like, you know, all the extra subclasses that come with that come with the other books can be a bit overwhelming. So because yeah, but folks just find some things, and that is true. And there should always be room to allow players to like play the kind of character that they want. And if there is one that's really cool, again, I'm not saying that that's out of the question. I'm saying as a starting point of introducing D&D to somebody, because if you've already found something that you want to play, you've already started to get into it. Okay, if you've already heard about like a different subclass for a cleric that you thought was really cool, you've already started that. But like, just as a base introduction, getting somebody involved, sticking to the PHB with these 6 core subclasses would be fine. Because one of the things to consider is that even in you personally should limit what I can do and make me a character. What is going on? Why is my mouse not working? Hello? What the fuck? Why was my mouse not working? Hello? There's no way my mouse just died. No, okay. Okay, it's back on. Oh, my camera stopped working. Oh. I wonder if my, okay, there we go. What if my camera's messing with it? So, I mean, even if we just, take a look, actually, we're gonna, do this, and then deactivate that. I'm gonna pull up this guy. And we're gonna, what is this? Okay, whatever. There we go. So even if we just look at these official classes, no, this is not judgment time yet. So even if we just look at these, so Arcana comes from the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. Death comes from the DMG. Forge comes from Xanathar's Guide. Grave also comes from Xanathar. Knowledge, Life, Light, Nature, Tempest, Trickery, and War all come from the PHB. Twilight was introduced in Tasha's. Peace was also introduced in Tasha's, and I believe Order was actually introduced in which one? Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica. But I think it was relisted in Tasha's at some point. So if you're just getting somebody introduced to D&D, these 7 that are available, let me actually click off on those. So these 7 are a perfectly fine cluster to introduce somebody. And even knowledge, while knowledge is good, if we jump down here, so knowledge is basically going to give you some it's going to give you some additional proficiencies. So you gain some additional proficiencies, you get 2 more languages, you're essentially getting expertise in whatever these proficiencies are, a handful of spells. Your channel divinity is that you can gain proficiency with a set of tools. Eventually you can read thoughts and cast suggestion on the creature without expending spell slots. And then potent spell casting, yep, that's always normal. And then down here, object reading and area reading, basically letting you take in more information around you about items and an area. So honestly, a lot of that is kind of like wizard territory anyway. So Life, Tempest, Trickery, Light, Nature, and War are great thematic subclasses, and to have those be the ones that are featured in this book to really accentuate what it is to be a cleric, I think this is a good selection. if you are wanting to expand beyond that, obviously that comes with talking to your DM and making sure that what sources they're using, because, for example, a homebrew subclass that you mentioned, not every DM is going to be cool with that. You might also have DMs that don't like certain subclasses. For example, there are a lot that ban the Twilight domain. And that's because the Twilight domain is ridiculously powerful. And you have to be willing to overpower your players and really put them into treacherous situations, which would potentially kill them, to really challenge a Twilight cleric, and a Twilight cleric that knows their skills and abilities. So that's one of those things, because then when we get into stuff like homebrew, well, you end up in, you know, stuff like this, where you get, you know, clockwork, avarice, darkness, eldritch. You know, these are just some that are on here that I have personally downloaded. So it's like all kinds of different domains that you can go from. But if we're just sticking to official, honestly, these 6 are kind of the core. So bumping from that for a moment, going back to the book. So again, each one of these that is featured in here has kind of the same design. So the druid works in a similar fashion, has those questions, some really cool art. It explains the different, this one only explains 2 of the circles, because actually some of them that have a lot of different subclasses, it's only featuring a couple. This one is giving us the Circle of the Land, which is a druid that gets access to more spells, also some extra mobility features, and really exemplifies their connection with the land. And then we have the Circle of the Moon, which is the subclass that allows you to shapeshift into animals like CR1 creatures and above at an earlier level. So one of the good designs to this is that it's trying to keep it simple. It's not trying to overload you with a ton of options, because having too much could get overwhelming. And you can always take what you see here and go into the PHB, or you can go into D&D Beyond and start exploring more. But much like the cleric, the druid lists what their armor options are, their weapons, their nature magic, and their wild shape, their core abilities and equipment. So up next, after each class, it shows a legendary figure, a legendary character in that class. So this is the legendary cleric Belvala. Now, I googled Belvala because I've never heard this name before, and I was very curious about this character to see if they existed. They don't. Now, I didn't look up everyone, but I want to point out that that's the warlock. Or no, it would be next. The wizard is Mordenkainen. And if you don't know who Mordenkainen is, well, go look up the book, Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse. This is actually one of Gary Gygax's characters, the creator of D&D. So Mordenkainen is well known across the multiverse. He's a standout character. He's been featured in a lot of official material. So this is like, there are some characters in here that are fresh, and then some that are classical. A good starting point, and if a new player is interested in something more, they go to me. That's exactly it. Yeah, like, this is a great stepping off point, and that's actually, again, kind of why I like it. You know, a young adventurer's guide. Not only could that refer to, say, literally the age, like my niece and nephew, for example, are 12 and 13. They're really wanting to play D&D. We actually have some stuff planned. I have some character sheets from the Adventurers Club printed up for them. My niece is going to be playing this character coming up soon, so giving them an introduction into more of that. And I actually got these books for them so they can sit down and read them, because I am waiting for the other one. There is a warriors and weapons book. There's actually a bunch. Let me see if I can bring up all the ones that I ordered. Dude, it's fine if you're not talking that much. I'm doing enough talking for most of us right now. Yes, so here we go. Just pop that off for a moment. Yeah, so obviously this is the one that I just got that I'm showing you guys. There's also Dungeons and Tombs. There is Beasts and Behemoths. There is Monsters and Creatures, Warriors and Weapons, and Dragons and Treasures. So these are all the ones that I've purchased. Okay, there's 6 of them that are available right now, and you can see like March 2020, 2019, 2020, 2019, and then this one came out just last year. There's actually 2 new ones that are going to be coming out in September, and which is Places and Portals. So I think that one's going to talk about different places in the multiverse, different areas and space realms and stuff. And then we got Monsters and Creature Compendium, which again, discover the terrifying monsters, A to Z illustrated guide of all the creatures you might experience. Which book fixes my Beyond Days? Dude, I don't know. That shit was busted the other night. Last night. If any of you watched the Rime of the Frost Maiden game yesterday, some of those rolls for them were they were rough. That was a hard one. All right, so back to the legendary cleric that's in here, Belvala. So up here, it gives a nice little description, down here, it gives a nice little description about this character. I'm getting a lot of glare. So playing Belvala, oh god, there you go. Pull my hand back just a bit, actually. I think that's still good. Go. Belvala is a devout follower of Corellon. If you don't know who Corellon is, he's the All-Father. He's like the head god of the elven pantheon of the Sindarin. So he's the god of music and revelry and magic within the elven pantheon. I still laugh at the ABCs of D&D with friends, the friends we made. Yeah. Belvala is a devout follower of Corellon, the patron god of elves and the protector of life, and she takes her faith very seriously. She believes that Corellon is the source of her strength and her survival. She also considers life to be a holy gift that one must never be quick to take away, even in combat. Belvala is not enthusiastic about martial combat. She prefers to play the role of healer, focusing her time and energy to ensure her friends and allies prosper. The expectation is when she faces the undead, in those instances, Belvala is a remorseless warrior who channels a divine light that can eradicate evil. So a nice little description there, kind of gives those 2 aspects of who her god is as a cleric. Obviously she would have a god, and then her personal kind of play style. So if you actually wanted to play this character and build this character, you could, and you would have a sense of them. And then it gives a little description here, which I'm going to read on here because I'm craning my neck to see my TV. Belvala was a young novice healer in the Tower Crystallis when the earthquake came. Inexperienced and unsure of her strength, Belle found herself trapped amongst the sick and dying after the tower collapsed. Next came the floodwaters, bringing with them an ancient evil. Suddenly the dead were walking again. The broken tower was filled with abominations seeking to feed on the few remaining survivors. Belvala prayed to her god Corellon for guidance. Inspired, she channeled a cleansing light through her body into the fallen shards of the crystal tower, where it refracted 1,000 times. The undead were destroyed by this incredible burst of divine power. Belvala woke years later from a deep sleep. She had lost her sight, but gained a new clarity of purpose. She was Corellon's humble champion, protector of the living, and bane to all undead. And that's right. She lost her sight. She is blind, as the wrap on her face would tell you. And it explains here something really cool. Divine vision. Though completely blind, Belvala has refined her divination skills to an extraordinary degree, allowing her to sense the thoughts and intentions of those around her. Belvala believes that Corellon will guide her through danger and lead her to where she needs to be. So she has almost a divine... She has a divine vision that she is able to sense thoughts and like things around her. So in a weird way, it's kind of a nice way to play up her backstory and like give her something that is drastically unique. This really cool ability to be able to sense where creatures are. And essentially what you could play this as, even though she is completely blind, you could play this up as she doesn't have vision, but she maybe has tremor sense, where she's able to feel the vibrations in the ground, and she's able to have divine vision, where she's able to sense where creatures are. So this way it doesn't impose a penalty on her combat, but it becomes a very heavy role-playing aspect. She can't necessarily sense that there's a rock in the way, but she knows who's around her. I love this concept. Now granted, this is obviously listed as a legendary cleric. This is somebody who's already this would already be a character who's built up, so you could play this in however you would want as a player. But what I want to talk about, and what I really liked about this, is if you look at this art, she has 3 things floating around her. She has a knife, a book, and a chalice. And at the bottom down here, the chalice, the book, and the dagger. Belvala has been named the caretaker of a set of linked items said to have belonged to Corellon, which she can summon from a fold of light. I'm gonna bring a window up. There we go. The chalice is taker, and anyone who drinks from it is relieved of all mundane injuries and illnesses. The book is keeper, which keeps a record of those afflictions. The dagger is giver, and can pass those afflictions on to anyone it touches. Belvala must balance the book by each new moon, or any afflictions recorded in the book will pass on to her. I love that. I love that. It is such a cool way to have magic items that have some pretty simple properties linked to one another. I love this. And I want to see more of this. And I'm going to take some time and try and develop my own as the days and weeks go by, because this concept is really cool. Like, the idea that you are playing a healer, okay? Now, granted, it says on there that it can alleviate minor, or what specifically was the word? Mundane injuries and illnesses. So you go, somebody gets diseased in your party. Okay, you go to a town that's facing a plague, okay, that causes people to be lethargic, and you use Taker to heal these people. And then Keeper, your book, starts to fill up. Okay, it has, you know, it has this, maybe it's like a Skaven plague, or a Skaven plague. Okay, so it lists each instance of this, and then when you go out to fight, to go and put an end to this, to try and stop this, you now have Giver, you now have this dagger that you are able to summon and put this onto them. And yeah, you have to balance your book. You have to keep track of it. You have to keep track of the diseases and the illnesses that you used this on. And essentially, it's just kind of like lesser restoration. Because when I was reading this, that was what was coming to mind, was something, you know, something that's essentially giving you the effects of lesser restoration, which is that you touch a creature and can end one disease or condition afflicting it. The condition can be blind, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. So that seems an enhancement for this talking book I know about. Maybe we'll see. I mean, we'll see. But you know, I really like it. Like the idea of having, and each one being something different that can still be used as its own item, aside from it being used as a whole set. Because Taker is a chalice that can essentially do mechanically lesser restoration. Okay, so you can use that in combat. Somebody gets blinded in your party, it's essentially just lesser restoration. And you would have to have like a certain amount of, you know, uses of it per day. It would, you know, it would have like an amount of charges if you were trying to do it mechanically, because the way that it's listed here is very, you know, it's very story heavy, it's more narrative, it doesn't have mechanical aspects. They would have to have some kind of mechanical parts to it. So essentially, Taker lets you cast the lesser restoration spell, say 4 times a day. Okay, so somebody is paralyzed, somebody's deafened, blinded, or poisoned, you can fix that, or diseased. You can fix that. So that could just be used as that. But then, okay, here comes Keeper. So Keeper's keeping track of all of these. You can kind of see now in that the various diseases. Maybe the book allows you, while it has those in there, maybe it can give you some information. Maybe you make an Arcana check or a medicine check or something like that to try and discern, like, where does this disease come from? What are the things that can cause it? What are the kind of creatures that may carry it? So again, that's all mechanical, and it would have to be worked on, but that could be something that the book can do aside from just keeping track of these, or it could just simply be that. But the other one, Giver, the dagger, well, that's a dagger that's able to pull those afflictions from there. So you have, you know, you could have on there that it has, that, you know, a certain amount of times a day, you can expend a charge to draw an affliction from Keeper into the blade, and when you hit a creature with an attack, maybe they have to make a Constitution saving throw. You know, maybe it's maybe it's like a DC 15 con save, or you apply some affliction to it. Well, again, that's all mechanical. I fucking love this idea about having linked items. Okay, and even if it was just like 2 things, but like having like a whole set of items that when they're together, they work in some way with one another. I'm going to explore this. You will hear about this, as the weeks go by. I'm going to try and work on some of these things. So this is actually one of the reasons why I want to talk about this book, because I love that this is some inspiration that came from just this little blurb. This little blurb under a cleric. I don't generally look at clerics too much, but like this just really drew me. I now wish our friendship bracelets were linked like this. They are. Not quite like that. Well, I mean, they are in a sense, because you're able to use the bracelet to give the linked person some benefit. So like it is, granted, it's not exactly the same. It's not the same, but they do have a linked capacity where you're able to bestow upon them some benefit. Now, granted, you could essentially have like, you could have something like a sword and a shield. Okay. And this is, it's too similar to this. I would have to come up with a different name for it, but you could have essentially a sword and a shield where it was, maybe it's something like, like when you're hit by an attack, while you have this shield drawn and you are attuned to it, like while you have this shield drawn and you are attuned to it, and you are hit by an attack that misses, okay, you can subtract their hit, like their to hit, from your, like the difference between their to hit roll and your AC. You can expend a charge of your shield to absorb that hit, and then on your next turn you can use a charge of your sword to apply that damage, to apply a bonus amount of damage equal to that difference. So for example, if you had a 19 armor class and you were hit, some goblin's trying to hit you and they roll a 14, okay, it's obviously gonna miss, but you can expend a use of your shield to absorb that hit, and then on your next turn expend a charge from your sword to give it that difference, to give it a +5, to hit, or maybe you could, I don't know if I'd do it to hit, but probably I would say damage, because a +5 to hit is too much, but a +5 to damage, that's a sizable damage. I mean, that's roughly an extra, like an average on a D10 basically. So the idea of linked items coming from this little blurb, I love it. But continuing through the book, like I said, we have basically all of the mage classes. We have the druid, we have a legendary druid there, Pawan Pax, we got the sorcerer, Damini Majan, we got the warlock, Zinni Zyre, Clockguard, and we got the wizard with the ever famous Mordenkainen. And then this. And this is a lovely little flowchart that I actually think D&D Beyond, I think D&D Beyond might have something like this. I want them to include this on their website for like new players, because this is sick. Okay, so Yeah. So starting up at the top, choosing a character class can be difficult. So here's a little chart to help you decide. Is your magical power innate within you, or does it come from training? Okay, let's bump over to training. Will you readily serve the demands of another? No. You might be a wizard. But if you say yes, is your cause one of faith, or do you follow others? Well, if it's faith, you might be a cleric, and if it's another power, you're a warlock. But if you say that your power is innate, where does it come from? Does it come from nature? Then you're a druid. If it comes from arcane secrets, well, how is your magic personal, or do you use it to benefit the group? If it's personal, you might be a sorcerer. And if it's helped the group, you might be a bard. This is a nice little flowchart. I like this. I like stuff like this, that when somebody is sitting down for the first time, or you want to introduce somebody to D&D for the first time, and they, you know, I often go with the whole thing of like, when I'm talking to somebody about D&D for like the first time, or they're asking me about it because they know I play it, and stuff like that, I always try and give them a little example of what it's like to play D&D. And my go-to is to say, I'm gonna put that there, and put that there, and then I'm gonna crap, reactivate, there we go. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm going to off so it pauses for a moment. So I love this little flowchart, because when I explain D&D to somebody who's like brand new, I always start off with like a little, I try and give them an idea about how you interact with the game and with the world. And my go-to is to say, like, okay, imagine that you're an adventurer, and you and your party have been tasked with delivering a package from the city of Neverwinter to the town of Phandalin. Actually, I normally say from the city of Phandalin to the town of Stoneforge, because that's just the name that always comes to mind. And then I say, okay, you're delivering this package. What kind of character would you be? And I say, would you rather be somebody that casts spells, or would you rather be somebody that is more martial, somebody that uses weapons and stuff? And if they were to say, well, I think spells are kind of cool, and say, okay, would you rather be somebody that is that is able to cast really strong, powerful spells? Would you want to be able to like turn into wild animals as your part of your magic? Do you want to play music as your magic? Because you can kind of break those out, or do you want to get your magic from some divine holy power? That's kind of the way that I always go. But like this little chart here that says, this is granted, this is already if you've decided you want to play a mage, but like, is your magical power innate, or does it come from training? Okay, is it something that's just from within you, or do you want to take time to study it, to learn it, to put effort into it? Okay, so I want my character to be somebody who it's just innate within him. They have it deep within them. Okay, cool. So do you search for arcane secrets, or are you interested in nature? Nah, don't care about nature. Arcane secrets sounds kind of cool. Okay. Is your magic personal, or do you use it for the benefit of the group? I mean, the group is fine, but I think my character would be in it for like the power. Like they want some They want some strong abilities that that can make them achieve their goals. Okay, cool. You might be a good sorcerer. Sorcerers have a lot of cool abilities that allow them to access the arcane secrets, and we can actually just jump over to that. Sorcerer. Draconic bloodlines is the one that it lists in here, but it says sorcerers are born with an innate magic, one they did not choose but cannot deny. This magic may come from a draconic bloodline, an otherworldly influence, or exposure to unknown cosmic forces. In some cases, the sorcerer may have no idea why or how their magic developed, lending them on a lifelong quest to uncover the source of their power. This wild magic, see page 74, can be unpredictable and dangerous, with startling side effects at the most awkward moments. Most sorcerers find themselves drawn to a life of adventure sooner rather than later. The magic in their veins does not like to lie dormant. Those who don't learn to channel their power may find their gifts spilling out anyway in unexpected and often unpleasant ways. Yeah, that's definitely a sorcerer. So, again, I love this little flowchart. I think it's a great way to really show somebody, hey, if you want to play a sorcerer, or if you want to play a mage, answer some of these questions. It might help guide you. And granted, it's not perfect. Everybody's going to be a little different. Somebody might answer these and be like, well, I like the idea about being a bard. I mean, like, I like the innate magic, the secrets, and the, helping the group, but I don't want to be a bard. I'd rather be a cleric. And it's like, all right, cool, be a cleric. Most deaf. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next section that is in here: types of magic. So this section explains, this section explains the different types of magic, the different schools. Do you feel it would have been something you would have used when you first started out? Are you saying the flow chart, or are you saying this book? What are you referring to? My character wants to make a circus of undead. Yeah, I'm sure. All right, while you type, rather than recommend to new players you take on board. Oh, the whole book / series. Honestly, when I was first starting out with D&D, like, I would have taken anything. And I mean, I pretty much did. Like, anything I could get my hands on to help me learn D&D, I was throwing myself into. A lot of it was YouTube. People like Matt Colville. I wasn't really watching people like I wasn't watching like Critical Role and stuff, but I did listen to like the Adventure Zone. I listened to some of the podcasts that were out there. But I watched a lot of YouTube. I watched, like I said, Matt Colville. I watched Ted from Nerd Immersion. I watched the Dungeon Dudes. I watched Professor Dungeon Master. There's so many, like, I can't even think about now, that like I see their videos and I'm like, oh my god, I remember watching these. But like, I did whatever I could just to get that information into me. Having a book like this would have framed it a lot better. Let me put it this way. I don't necessarily know if this book would have been the best means for me to learn. It would not have hurt, though. The whole guide through here of explaining how each class is set up, what some of the main abilities are, and seeing an example of a legendary character in that class would have been very helpful. Again, when I first learned D&D, And this was you know, this was when 5th edition started, back in 2014. I was having to learn not only how to DM, because I was first learning, I was learning how to run games for my friends. So on top of that, I was also running a complete homebrew campaign based in a world from a book series I read as a kid. So not only was I having to learn how to run games, I was having to learn how to homebrew a world and build like how to you know, read monster stat blocks, but like also how to edit them, and how to like change things on the fly to fit my needs, how to build encounters, how to like build my own challenges and stuff. Honestly, I will say one of the benefits I had was that since I was converting a book series to D&D, I had a lot of reference to go with the book series to help me, but I was constantly digging into online forums and like asking questions and just trying to reach out to any sources I could that might have had some guidance or, you know, been able to provide any kind of explanation about stuff. It wasn't really until I was like a year or so into my D&D journey that my campaign ended, and my friend Kevin started running his campaign, that I actually had a lot more time to focus on the player aspect stuff. So I really started digging into like classes and subclasses and stuff. But I remember one of the things that I did to learn how classes worked. So you were in that campaign. I remember one of the things that I did to learn D&D and to learn the classes and to better understand how to build a character was I wrote a character building guide for D&D that was specifically designed to help people who had not played before understand what options they had. You know what, I want to bring this up. Yes, the Excel sheet too. The Excel sheet was one of those. Yes, here, let me turn that off for a second. Okay, so I had a guide, it's right here, and I also had an Excel spreadsheet. Yes. All right, so this was my guide that I built for my friends. When they sat down to make their character, you would go into here and I think I can switch this to viewing. Yes. So you would go into here, sitting in the middle of Walgreens after we closed. It's still at about 15 minutes. Yeah. So you would go into here and you could jump down. I didn't have links. I had bookmarks. This is the thing. I had bookmarks. I used to have bookmarks set up, and they still are. But this essentially gives you the same shit that you can find in the player's handbook. Like if I pull up the basic dwarf, okay, right here, all of this, the way that this is laid out is kind of the same thing that I was doing. What is there, you know, what's the dwarf's base ability score increase? You know, let me do this. Let me put this over here. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that up. All right, we're gonna put that in there, and let me bring this back up. Character creation options. There we go. Now we can see a little better. And then we pull up so if we look at this dwarf, it basically lists out the same information. Ability score, lifespan, right here, 350 years. Size, 4 to 5 feet tall, 150 pounds. Medium, speed, 25 feet, 25 feet. Here's the speed. Dark vision, 60 feet. Resilience, advantage on poison saves and resistance to poison damage. Combat training, proficiency in battle axe, hand axe, light hammer, warhammer. Tool proficiency, smith, brewers, mason's tools. You had to pick one of those. And then stone cunning, double proficiency on intelligence checks for stoneworks and languages. And then you had the sub races. So you had hill dwarf, mountain dwarf, gray dwarf, and it explained each one. I did this with almost every race. As you can see over here, this is 45 pages. Granted, it's all big text, but I wanted it to be big. I wanted it to be legible. I wanted it to be something that when one of my friends sat down, when I wanted to get somebody into D&D, this was well before D&D Beyond came out, because that was the thing. This was before D&D Beyond was a thing. This was before digital resources were a thing. Something like 5e tools didn't exist. So I wanted there to be a digital tool that, instead of me having to worry about one of my friends buying a PHB so they could go through and sit there, I wanted there to be something that, like, oh, cool. Goliaths, they have proficiency in athletics. They can use a reaction to reduce damage by 1d12 plus con. Short rest, long rest, regen. Count as large size when finding. I don't know why I put that. When carrying capacity. When figuring. That's probably what that means. Figuring carrying capacity and push, drag, and lift weight, and acclimated to high climates. And I did this for a lot. I did this for a lot of races. And then eventually I stopped because D&D Beyond came out. But I also had the subclasses. And I had the subclasses only for their first level features. Okay? Basic description of what a barbarian is. A fierce warrior with a primitive background who can enter a battle rage. Quick build tips. Highest ability score, strength. Second, con. Hit points. And again, this is the shit that we are, like, in this day and age, 10 years later, this is the stuff that we kind of already know. It's all listed right here. But again, this was something I didn't have. So, and then level 1 features. Cool. You get a raid. Uses a bonus action, lasts a minute. Advantage on strength checks. When attacking with a melee weapon using strength, add rage damage. Resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. You get 2 uses. The rage damage is +2. And unarmored defense, your AC equals 10 plus dex plus con. So I did this with every single one. And the classes, for example, a cleric who gets their subclass at first level, I didn't want that to be excluded, so I went through and gave an explanation about what each class got at, like, what each subclass got at that first level. And you can see Arcana is added there. So that was from Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. So actually, when was under races, when was Yuan-Ti added? When was Yuan-Ti added? That was Volo's. So I was adding this shit all the way up to Volo's Guide to Monsters. That was a while. So not only did we have, obviously we had the classes, we also got backgrounds. So each one of these, again, kind of gives you just a little basic description of what it is to be this background. Entertainer, you thrive in front of an audience and know how to entertain the masses. You get free lodging and food from places that you perform. That's the feature of the background. Actually, right here for Stacy's character, Iluna, Outlander. You grew up in the wilds, far from civilization and the comforts of town and technology. You're a seasoned veteran of the wilds, from witnessing great herd migrations, deadly weather patterns, and the wild is in your blood. Athletics and survival, a type of musical instrument, one choice of language. Equipment, origin, you got all kinds of different, different background options, because, that's actually how a lot of these were built. You had to roll on a table to see what your origin was, and then this wanderer background, and the thing is I wanted them all to be simple. I wanted them to be easy to read and to take in. And granted, this fluff here of all of this, it's fine, but I wanted it to be simple. So excellent memory for maps and geography, can recall layout of terrain, find food and fresh water for yourself and up to 5 others each day, provided the lands offers such means. Simple. It's basically the same thing that is here, but just bullet points. So yeah, I had fun doing this. Oh yes, that's right. And then down here, I forgot about this. Starting gold. Oh, that's right. It was at here it is. Starting gold, armor, weapons, equipment packs, and tools. Because this was the other part. When you were making your character, you had to figure out what you were building to. So I recreated the weapon, the weapons tables and armor tables from the PHB. And man, it's been so long since I looked at this. I basically just recreated them to give the necessary information. Yeah. Oh man, it was so fun building this. Oh my god, this is such a march down memory lane. Yeah, and then the weapon properties. Oh yeah, range. And you know what the funny thing is, I always have to reference what range is, and yep, there it was. First number, weapons at normal range. Attacks beyond this have disadvantage. Second number, you can't attack beyond this. And then equipment packs, what is inside every equipment pack that you can get, what all the different tools are. Man, this has been a long time. It's been a long time. I don't know if this I'm so curious actually. I gotta turn, it's already on dark mode. I'm so curious. I don't know if there's C version history. Shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. There it is. August 3rd, 2015 is when I started writing this. Holy shit. All the edits, all the changes. There it is. And the last time that I changed anything on here was 5 years ago. I'll tell you what, this thing helped. Phenomenal, little guide. I just realized an ice knife and a scimitar are both light weapons, and I'm actually able to do two-handed combat. Somehow I don't know where it gives me the feature, but hey, what are you talking about? An ice knife? Are you talking about the spell ice knife? So the thing to consider, so a scimitar, let's jump down here to weapons. Actually, boom. Scimitar is finesse and light. So yes, can be used with dexterity, can be used with two weapon fighting. Now, here's the thing. Unless your DM were to allow you to make your ice knife like a permanent dagger, which does have the light property. So, okay. Let me show you something. Let me show you something really quick on D&D Beyond with your characters, because I know that you're building characters under one of the campaigns that I bumped you into. Oh wait, why did I choose a fighter? I need to literally choose a spellcaster. Something to consider when making your characters and looking at various spells. So when you look at a spell, I'm gonna zoom in as far as I can so you can see this on screen. So when you look at a spell, you will see right here, source, PHB, 242, encode thoughts, Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica, Dancing Light, PHB 230. If you click one and you see that it says version, you need to understand that is a homebrew spell that I have made. Or no, not a spell that I have made. I did not make Forge Elemental Weapon. I don't want to claim that. Forge Elemental Weapon is a spell that I added to D&D Beyond. If you want to make characters using that campaign that any regular DM might allow at their table, when you are under character settings, make sure that you turn off homebrew content. That will exclude anything that I have personally made or added to D&D Beyond. For example, Helix Bolt is one that I added. Homebrew isn't on. I'm not sure why, but just be careful. If you click a spell and it says version, then that is a spell that is added to homebrew. And honestly, it could be anyone that's in that campaign that's getting that to you. But just be careful with that. If you see a spell that you like and you think is cool, awesome, add it. Just if you ever go to play this character, make sure that you explain to the DM, say, hey, when I made my character, there were some homebrew spells on there, and I was wondering if you would be okay if I use them, and then just show them and say, like this one, Forge Elemental Weapon, you get to create a one-handed light weapon that, uses this spell damage. Because truthfully, this is a hell of a lot better than really a lot of where's they say version right here, right underneath duration. So it'll always be right above the description of it. So it'll say version, and then anything that I add is just going to be blank, because I don't add multiple. I usually don't update stuff. So that's where you're. Oh, Oh, are you on the app? Dude, if you're using the app, oh, blessings upon you. That's oh god. Dude, I don't even use the app when I'm on my phone. I use the website. You don't have a PC. Still, you to go to the website on your phone. It's so much better. You have access. You have access to a far cleaner system on there than you do on the phone. That's a personal recommendation. I'm sure the developers of the D&D Beyond app have gotten better. In the years that I have been looking at it, I think it's garbage. And honestly, the website, like right here, you're looking at what it would look like on your phone, like right now. Like, it's totally workable. You can click down here and go to your skills. You can click things in there. You can go to your actions and read through. It's very similar to the app, but when you go into spells and stuff, you can actually you can actually go in and see the information that's in there. That was like one of those things. So but yeah, like I said, that is that's one of the things that I would at least recommend is don't use the app. Okay, so back to what I was talking about. Yeah. This is man, this just took me down some memory lanes. And then touching on what Jared was talking about, this I'm gonna bring it up a little bit bigger here. This is so bright. I'm so sorry for everyone's eyes. This was my character sheet generator. This is how I learned how to use how to use Google Sheets, how to use Excel. This was one of the things that I lived for when my friends were looking to make a character. So again, the thing to keep in mind is that this was before D&D Beyond existed. So I wanted to have a way that my friends could go in and make a character and have some, an easy way of doing it. So what you would do is I sent this out to all my friends when we were back in the day and we were starting to like make characters and stuff. And I said, okay, what you're gonna do is when you get this, you're gonna go down to the bottom. There were 3 different tabs. I said, don't touch whatever's in tab 3. Tab 3 is its own thing. So you would go into here and you would name your character. So let's, I don't know, we'll name him Helix. I looked over at Ammonite when I said that. Okay, he's gonna be, we're starting off a little bit of a higher level. We're starting off level 3. Okay, cool. So you can see already it has populated the proficiency bonus at level 3. I'm not gonna name him Crackpeen. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is Crackpeen? I hate that. I don't know what that is, but I hate whatever that is. Oh man, AZ, you are something else. Okay, so up next, you pick your race. Okay, what are we gonna play? We're going to play Helix. Is going to be a Dragonborn. Okay, cool. We got our movement bumped in. We have our ability score modifiers. Muntle Muncher. No, Jesus Christ. So sub race. Dragonborn actually don't have a sub race, so you know, let's actually change it. Let's change it to one of them that does. We'll change this to a gnome. Cool. So we now have a +2 to our intelligence, because that's what gnomes get by base, and we are gonna go rock. Actually, I know who we're making. We're making Bilzer. Bilzer is one of the NPCs from my GS campaign, my library campaign. He's a rock gnome tinkerer, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build him. What? I feel like a sub race of Dragonborn would be a fun. Actually, the sub races, the Dragonborn variants are actually more. Oh wait, we're looking at homebrew. No, we don't look at homebrew on here. Oh, get rid of all those. Yeah, we got like base, chromatic, Dragon Blood, Gem, Metallic, and Ravenite. There are technically sub races to those. Yeah, colors. Well, colors and elements, but also Dragon Blood. Dragon Blood were and Ravenite were actually two different clans of Dragonborn. So Ravenites were like the slaves to the Dragon Blood. So like Dragon Blood are far more intelligent, Ravenite are a lot stronger. They have different abilities. For example, Ravenites are able to use a reaction to attack a creature whenever they're hit, whereas Dragon Blood are able to they're able to get advantage on intimidation and persuasion checks. So they do actually have some sub races that aren't just their colors and elements. All right, yeah, so back to this. We're gonna go rock gnome, and he's a tracker. He's actually a ranger, so he's like a he was a tinkerer. He was from Nomengard. He left to actually go be a guide. So he is a ranger. And you can see when it populates ranger, we now get our hit die. So we had our speed from the race. It gives us our hit die, our starting gold, because this was honestly before I understood that like your background equipment, like you either got class equipment or you had starting gold. My friends and I started out with so much gold in campaigns, but hey, we were learning. It was fun. So we're gonna go background. He's an outlander. That's like his whole thing. So you can see there we got a background skill already taken into account. The background specialty, this is where you would have to have both of these. Okay, you would have to reference back to this to say like, oh, you know, what are you? This one, he is specifically a guide. And then alignment, he is neutral good. Actually no, I would say he's more chaotic good. No, he's neutral good. Yeah, he's neutral good. Okay, so right here we have Bilzer. He's level 3. He's a rock gnome. He's a ranger with the outlander guide background, and he's neutral good. I don't really play with alignment anymore, but it is what it is. Here's his class starting equipment, and here's his background equipment. The funny thing is that when I was developing this whole thing back in the day, I didn't understand about VLOOKUP, like vertical lookup, on Excel spreadsheets. This is the code. They're all if statements. It's like I had to write every single one of them depending on what the actual background was. It's such an ineffective way to do it, but it worked. It worked for us. Okay, so up next you would go over here to ability scores, and you would, you know, this was again back in the day when we rolled them. You know what, I'm gonna roll his stats. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna do 4d6. I don't think I can put DL. Oh, I can't put DL. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do that 6 times. Oof. All right. So we got a 14, 13, 10, 10, 12, and 6. All right, so he's a ranger, which means we need to put his highest one in dexterity. So there's that. Now keep in mind, this was also back in the day when before Tasha's came out, where your ability score increases were not fluid. Like a rock gnome got a +2 to intelligence and a +1 to constitution. That was it. You know, and granted, you could work with your DM on stuff, but like we played by that rule. So I'm 100% putting that 6 there in intelligence so that it can benefit from that too. We're gonna go wisdom 13. We're gonna go constitution 12 and 10 in strength, 10 in charisma. From there, based on the class, the saving throw proficiencies are already accounted for, and down here we need to choose 3 skills from the gold ones. I had these like very specifically set up with depending on like if it was like choose 2, choose 3, and I had the formatting set up, conditional formatting set up where it's like very specific of over, oh yeah, it's over here. Yeah, it's like if it's this, you know, make it yellow. So he has perception, he has survival, and he has stealth. There we go. So we picked 3 on this side, and here's all of our modifiers. So now once we have all this, okay, like sure, you could actually work off of this. Like this is a thing. I wanted it to look nice. So once you had all of this, you would go back to the bottom where that 1 is, and you would click that, and there it is. There is your character sheet, and it was set up to be as close to the real character sheet as possible. I tried to do it as best I could. I never set it up. I never set it up for hit point maximum or stuff like that. I could have. I know I had this, but this gives you your class, your race, your sub race, your background, your level, your alignment. It gives you all of your ability scores, your passive wisdom, which passive wisdom was the only one that it like really talked about back then. Your passive perception. It gave the spell casting modifier, because that was one of the things that, like, you know, I wanted to make sure that my friends knew like what their spell casting mods were, also what their spell attacks and their DC was. Right down here, this is where they could put their spells, and obviously it's a very small list, but this was just an example. And then up here it has all of your modifiers, the stuff that you are proficient in and everything. Wait, does he have, why does he have 2 X's? Oh shit, he's already getting survival from his background. Oh, then he's getting nature. Okay. See, this is one of the reasons why it was nice. You could go in and check stuff. Right here we have the proficiencies, languages, and stuff like that. So this is all you could go in and type this up. You could type in your money, your gold, right in here. So depending on what kind of armor you have. So right now his dexterity is +2, and your base armor class is 10 plus dexterity. So his AC is 2. But if I go down here, we got all kinds of different armor. He's gonna have studded leather. That's gonna bump him up to a 14. And let's say he carries a shield. That's going to bump him up to a 16. And let's say that he's carrying around a club, a dagger. Let's say he probably has 2 daggers. And we'll say he has a quarterstaff. So there we go. Now, he obviously, you know, these club and quarterstaff is made with strength, but these are finesse. These can be made with dexterity. So yeah. And then, you know, you got your damage type, you got your damage die. This was one of the things back in the day that I spent a lot of time with. Funny enough, I spent a lot of time at work on this too. I remember sitting in the office for gross amounts of time typing up these different things, like this whole line of code here, where if it's a club or a sickle, then it pulls from this page of information. You know, like this is how I reference stuff. You know, man, this brings back so many memories. I you know, it's funny. These are my humble beginnings. D&D was making my own digital reference documents so that my friends and I could make characters a little bit faster, so that we could have character sheets that were a little bit cleaner. Because the nice thing with this is, once you had all of this set up, you would click this bar on the left and click you would click to there and click down to here, and all of this in between, there we go. And then, oh no, not down there. Yeah. Here to here. And then when you went to print it, it was perfectly set up that you could have space down here for notes. You could have space down here for little details. And what I would do is, after every session, they could keep their character sheet, and then if they ever had anything mechanically change, I could just print it up before the next session at work. This was such a march down memory lane to think about some of this stuff. So shit, I'm gonna have to look back on some of this. I got so many different things from back then, like, now that I'm thinking about it, on just like my Google. That's something I should do, is like go through some of the stuff that was in there. 'Cause yeah, like, look at this. I got stuff. This is Kevin Altman's first character background. This is my friend Kevin's character background. Holy shit. If I see an enemy in armor, I'm 110% gonna cast heat metal. That's exactly what you do. That is like the core use of heat metal. If somebody is wearing heavy armor, so if we pull up beyond here, if you look at donning and doffing armor, dude, you are smart. You came up, you thought of it. I mean, the fact that you had the wherewithal to see the spell, understand it on that level, like heat metal could be used for anything, but you looked at it on the level of, I see somebody wearing armor, I'm 100% using it. So it's smart. This, though, is where you start to get into like real mechanics when your DM is questioning your methods. Heavy and medium armor takes 5 minutes and 1 minute respectively to take off. Okay, heat metal deals 2d8 fire damage to any creature touching that metal every round. A minute is 10 rounds. That's 20d8 of fire damage if they're wearing metal armor, and 100d8 of fire damage if they are wearing, or sorry, it's 20d8 if they're wearing medium armor, 100d8 if they are wearing heavy armor. And it's not a saving throw. Okay, it's not a saving throw that they have to make. It is that they take it when they are in physical contact with it, and you just are using a bonus action on subsequent turns to keep proccing this damage. So if somebody's wearing metal armor, they are 100% going to die if you cast heat metal on that and keep it going. Now this is where it comes into, consideration. Heat metal is a concentration spell, which means if you take damage, you have to make a concentration saving throw, which is either 10 or no, it's shit. I need to bring up one of my DM screens. Here it is, concentration. Yeah, it's 10 or half the damage. It's Constitution. A concentration saving throw is a Constitution save. So yeah, whenever you take damage while concentrating on a spell, you must make a Constitution saving throw to maintain your concentration. The DC equals 10 or half the damage you take, whatever is higher. So if you have +2 to con, that's good. That's good. So if you are hit by an attack that deals you 5 points of damage, you have to make a DC 10 Constitution save in order to maintain concentration. If you fail it, the spell fades away and you have to recast it on your next turn. But if you succeed it, you are able to keep that up. Now the thing to consider is every single time that you take damage, you have to make that concentration save. Likewise, you also cannot cast another spell, so it damages every round. Yes, heat metal deals 2d8 fire damage every round as long as you use the bonus action on each of your turns to cause the damage again. So like I said, that's what you're outputting. You just have to make sure that you are not close enough to some enemies, or that you're not taking a bunch of damage, because if you break your concentration, you just have to recast it, which means you have to burn another spell slot. What's up, Dr. Fun Nut? Your favorite nut is here. In a good mood? Yeah, dude, so am I. Dude, I'll tell you what, I was going down memory lane. I was just going down memory lane looking at this old document I put together years ago, literally 8 years ago, when my friends and I were first learning to play D&D, and I wanted a quick way for them to be able to reference the information and like building their character and stuff. And then the original character sheets, the digital character sheets that I made for my friends back in the day, whenever, before D&D Beyond was a thing. Oh man, the doctor is in. Please keep all screaming to yourself until after checkout. Yes, crying is a free action, so keep, talking is a free action, crying is also a free action, so keep it to yourself. But yeah, AZ, 100% heat metal, one of those things. And the funny thing is that you can even go more sadistic than just like, oh, if I see somebody in, I see somebody in metal armor. Yeah, on the app it says you can take the bonus action to make the damage. So it seemed like in every turn, but if it's a concentration spell, then it's constantly happening. Yeah, so basically the way that a concentration spell works is you cast it using your action, and then for up to a minute, you are now concentrating on it. So this spell is going to last 1 minute, but you have to maintain concentration. If your concentration is broken, your spell ends. If a minute passes, your spell ends. But on every turn that you maintain concentration, you can use your bonus action to deal that 2d8 fire damage. And the funny thing is like I said, you can go more sadistic than just like, oh, he's wearing metal armor. Like you go up to a pirate captain who is maybe has a metal tooth. Okay, they have a gold tooth in their mouth, and they're, you're trying to get some information off of them, and they're being, real cheeky and real shitty about it. All right, cool. I cast heat metal on his gold tooth. It starts to glow in his mouth. Okay. Oh, what? You don't want your mouth to have molten gold in it? Well, then you better start fucking playing ball with us here, pirate captain, with the 3 metal teeth. See, these are the kind of questions that, like, over the years, these are the things that I have questioned. Chest piece, helmet. Well, helmet would be an action to remove. Boots would be an action to remove, but armor, like plate mail, chain mail, you're talking minutes. And even if you get a solid minute, again, that's 20 d8 worth of fire damage. It's pretty incredible. So yeah, like I said, it was fun having having a trip down memory lane. Oof. And if I whack him, I can't imagine he can't. And if I whack him, I imagine he can't take off the armor. Well, nothing would stop him from, like, if, for example, you cast heat metal on somebody's armor, they are, and let's say it's gonna take a solid minute. Truthfully, they are better off attacking you relentlessly to try and break your concentration rather than attempting to take the armor off. I have had players try this in my games, and the moment they cast heat metal on one, because one of the things to consider about heat metal is that it's verbal, somatic, and material. Now, material just means that you have to have a spell casting focus. That just means you have to have some kind of focus, or you need to have a piece of iron and a flame. So for example, you could have like this iron rod that I have here, and for up to 60 feet away, you point it at somebody and it starts to glow red, and you have to move your hand in a certain way and speak a verbal incantation so they know that you're casting this spell. So realistically, all they have to do is take their crossbow and shoot it at you twice, and now you have to try and roll to save that. So if they hit you with a crossbow for, say, 5 points of damage each, well, guess what? You're rolling a d20 plus 2 twice. You already failed. There it goes. Your concentration's dropped. I would imagine it would only work if, 1, they have metal teeth, and 2, if you can visibly see. So that is true. You do have to be able to see it. But again, if they're just wearing metal armor, If they're like wearing plate mail or chain mail, you can see that. You could arguably see that. I mean, granted it could be under a poncho or something, but that would work. The Bard Magic MacGuffin. Did you just refer to a spellcasting focus as a magic MacGuffin? Oh, I'm sorry, that made me. That was the funniest thing. It's the word. It's not the word. It's not the word. Oh. Oh. That's really funny. That's really funny though. Spellcasting focus. It's fine. It's just the funniest shit I've ever heard. Yes, spellcasting focus. Right there. You can use a musical instrument as a spellcasting focus for your bard spells. That is what M stands for. Verbal is pretty self-explanatory. It means that you need to be able to speak in order to cast that particular spell. Actually, we could should be under actually no, we're in the wrong section of the PHB. We need spellcasting. Here it is. Yes. Verbal. Most spells. Wait, which one is this? There you go. It's back and even. There we go. Yeah, so verbal. This is the chanting of mystic words. So a creature that is gagged or in an area of silence cannot cast spells that have a V in their which one's here? Yeah, so if it has a V and you can't speak, you can't cast the spell. Somatic, you must have use of at least one hand to perform these gestures. So if it says somatic and you have a shield in one hand and a sword in another, like let's say you're a paladin, for example, you have a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, technically speaking, you could not cast any spell that has a somatic component unless you take the feat Warcaster, which specifically allows you to cast spells that require that have somatic components even when you have a weapon or shield in one or both hands. And then finally, material. A character can use a component pouch or a spell casting focus in place of components for a spell. But if a cost for a spell is indicated for a component, a character must have that, and if the material is consumed, they must provide this component for each casting. So for example, the spell Revivify requires a diamond or diamonds worth 300 gold, which it consumes. So if you are casting Hex, which is just the Petrified Eye of Anut, you can have a material component. You can have a drum, a guitar, a wand, an orb, a staff, doesn't really matter. But if you want to cast Revivify, you need to have diamonds worth 300 gold, and when you cast that spell, those diamonds are gone. What's up, Enforcer Hound? How you doing, man? Oh, it'd be such a shame if the 2 quarterstaves I'm using count as musical instruments by my DM, wouldn't it? That is true. That's true. If your DM allows it, and that's always the caveat. The golden rule of D&D is if your DM says it's okay, then it's okay. So, yeah. Oh, talk shit. I gotta, man. there's stuff that like I now want to go back and see some of the stuff that I used to write. I'm so curious. I know Dread Mountain, the Valley of the Lost. What is this? I remember this. Chronomancer. Crit mistape side quests. Oh my god, Kelf the Axe Wielder. What? Shit. Okay, hold on. to those that are hopping into the stream, we were discussing this book that I recently got. Here. Oh. Nope. We gotta turn the camera back. Nope, I turned my mouse off. Damn it. We were discussing this book that I recently got, and now we're taking a trip down memory D&D shit. So that's a thing. What did you say there? What I meant, he counts my quarterstaves as 2 giant drumsticks and the whole world is my yeah, like I said, if your DM says that that's cool, then that's always up to the DM. Okay, I'm happy about where the rogue is, just a building for fun. Now sort of moving on to potentially making my first barbarian. Hey, congrats. New focus, learn about D&D from Lucas's original self-created sources. I don't know why I'm in a character building. Dude, I get into like moments where I start just building numerous characters. All right, what did we have here? The Maze of the Beast. Holy shit. Okay, yes, here it is. Is it Judgment Day for my waterbender? Not yet, not yet. We'll get to that. Shit, here it is. This is how I used to prep my D&D sessions back in the day. So, this was the session. Maze of the Beast. After claiming the Lapis Lazuli, if you know the story of Deltora Quest, well, you know, prepare to be reminded of something. After claiming the Lapis Lazuli and escaping the shifting sands, the players made their way to Flotsam Town, where they helped solve the mystery of the missing farmer. Oh, that's right. That's right. There was a side quest they went on. The players then made their way to the Dream Spring, where they encountered a couple owls and some dread gnomes. After a chase through the forest, the players made their way up to Dread Mountain. They were able to solve the riddle of the door and make their way through the mountain. They then encountered Gellick and killed him, claiming the emerald. Now the players make their way to the Maze of the Beast. Oh yeah, Enforcer. AZ made a waterbender style character that I'm going to be scrutinizing here on stream in a little bit. So yeah, stick around for that if you're curious. Yes, Avatar did. I actually sent that to AZ over in the Discord when we were talking about that. Where was it? Right here, Magpie Games. Yeah, so if anyone out there is interested, Magpie Games has Avatar the TTRPG. Yes, you made the character before you do that. That's fine. No, it's a whole. I'll tell you what, that Avatar RPG's. I've heard it's excellent, but it's a completely different system. It's like, you know, it's not D&D. It's its own thing. Okay, I'm curious about. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've looked at these notes. Once the players reach the River Tor, they can begin walking alongside it south towards the Maze of the Beast. About an hour down the river is a ferry, Tor's vessel, that will take them to Rivertown, but no further. The ride costs 150 gold apiece. Oh shit, that's right. This was back in the day when I thought 1 gold was a penny. Oh man, or like 1 gold, it was like 1 gold was $1. Yeah, no, that's what it was. It was 1 gold was $1. That's what my friends and I equated to. So to put this into perspective, that would actually be closer to like 1 gold, 5 silver. Like if you actually use like a normal ass, you know, where 1 gold is worth $100, roughly, that was but we used it where it was 1 gold was $1, so shit was, they always had like ludicrous amounts of gold, and you had to like raise the price of everything. I still don't understand gold. I either give out too much, and then it's like never an incentive. Gold is never an incentive to do anything with, or I don't give it out enough, and like my players constantly just complain about not having enough gold to buy basic supplies. But at the same time, I never charge them to, like, rangers never have to pay for arrows. You know, casters never have to buy components. Nobody in my campaigns pays their lifestyle fee. You know, that thing that you pick where it's like, I live a lavish lifestyle that's 10 gold every week. Okay, I never do that. But then again, they never shop either. Depending on the campaign, my players do shop. My Phandalin 5 group usually shops when they have the opportunity, but it's intermittent when they're in towns where they can. My Rime of the Frost Maiden game, since there's a lot of towns, they normally do hit up the shops when they're there, just to like see what they have, or one of my players likes to like salvage stuff and you know, like sell stuff. And then in my other campaign, they did buy stuff whenever they can. I'm horrible at making shops unique, dude. I struggle with that as well. I'm with you. A lot of mine end up just kind of being the same. Wait a minute, that's what that is? I thought that when you start out you get like 10 gold pieces. You do, as part of your background. So when you make your character, oh god, that's my DM screen. When you make your character and you pick your background, that where we at? I thought that that was what you start out with, like you started with 10 gold pieces. Yeah, so each one of your backgrounds gives you like a certain amount of gold. So for example, a charlatan starts out with a belt pouch containing 15 gold, and then on top of that you have whatever equipment you're starting with. Or you can actually roll. There's like a there's starting equipment. Oh no, I thought the lifestyle was that you no. Yes. So lifestyle expenses. PHB 157. Here we go. Lifestyle expenses provide you with a simple way to account for the cost of living in a fantasy world. They cover your accommodations, food and drink, and all other necessities. Furthermore, expenses cover the cost of maintaining your equipment so you can be ready when adventure calls. At the start of each week or month, your choice, choose a lifestyle from the expenses table and pay the price to sustain that lifestyle. The prices listed are per day. So if you wish to calculate the cost of your chosen lifestyle over a 30-day period, multiply the listed price by 30. Your lifestyle might change from one period to the next based on the funds you have at your disposal, or you might maintain the same lifestyle through your character's career. Your lifestyle choice can have consequences. Maintaining a wealthy lifestyle might help you make contacts with the rich and powerful, though you run the risk of attracting thieves. Likewise, living frugally might help you avoid criminals, but you are unlikely to make powerful connections. So for example, if your character is living a comfortable lifestyle, every week you are spending, so it's a 10-day. So in the standard D&D calendar, the calendar of Harptos, if you are unaware, is a 3-week calendar where every week is 10 days. So essentially you would multiply this times 10, and that's your weekly cost. But again, when you do something like this, you don't have to account for, oh, my party and I are staying at a hotel for this night, and you know, oh, how much is it? Oh, it's 3 silver for a meal and 1 gold a night. Okay, cool. So we're gonna stay for 2 nights. Here's the gold. You could argue to play this with you know, with the lifestyle expenses taking that place. Yeah, kind of like what Stacy said. We pay for what we use in game at the taverns and whatever, and that's exactly it. That's why I don't really worry about this. Arguably, you could say that like this would account for the arrows that a ranger uses, or the bolts that a rogue uses, or the whetstone to keep the fighter's sword cleaned, or rags to, you know, dry, like to wash the blood off and stuff. But like, this is the list that I prefer. Okay, a mug of ale to, you know, that's 4 copper, a comfortable meal. This is where I go when my players are like, hey, we want to stay at a hotel, we want to stay at an inn tonight. Okay, cool. Do you want to stay at like the shittiest place around, or do you want to stay somewhere fairly comfortable? Okay, you want to stay somewhere comfortable? All right, that's going to be 8 silver pieces per night for each of you. Okay, and you guys want a meal? Cool. It's again comfortable, 5 silver pieces. And I might honestly just round this up to like, oh, you guys get a, you know, you get room. You get 1 room and 1 meal for 15 silver. You know, one gold and 5 silver. How much is a cup of coffee? 2. Actually, ale's like the standard. I would actually say a cup of coffee would probably be a little more expensive, because that would be like outsourced beans and then like a roasting process. I would actually say a cup of coffee would be at least 1 or 2 silver. Like you're talking about, yeah, like we're talking about, like, you know, getting up into like wine territories when you're talking about that. Like, you know, walking into an inn and it's like, what do you have, water or ale? It's like, I would like a cup of coffee. What the fuck is coffee? It's like, you ain't from around here? Shit, we never heard of that. Bean water? Well, I got a whole bag of beans down here. They're red ones. Didn't like the setting. Yeah, I understand. But no, we ain't got bean water. If you want, I can cook you up some, I can cook you up a stew and you can drink from that. You know, that's, I would imagine that's how it would play out. But then you go to some like aristocratic, that's delicious bean water. I would imagine you go to some like aristocratic inn and ask for coffee, and they'll be like, yes, we do have a fine coffee that comes from the jungles of Chult. They are ground by their dinosaur riding companions, and there's an excellent aroma when you light them afire. And like, I could see like some snooty little high elf serving it. Bean soup, yeah. Bean soup is just is just bean water. They probably wouldn't have espresso though. No, I don't think they would. Oh man. All right. Okay, I go back to this here for a second. All right, so the river tour. Okay. So about an hour down the river, yeah, okay, so there's the 150 gold. If the players choose to take the ferry, they will be ambushed. But this is how I used to label my encounters. I also used to do it all randomly too. It was never, and it was always thugs. Like, oh man. What is this? Captain, half-orc, Sharud. Only rule is that if anyone is an old, they will either do no harm. Oh, that's right. If anyone getting on the boat is an old, they had a rule. He didn't care if you were an old. All he asked was that you didn't harm anyone or kill anyone. Then they had the deckhands, human couple, and 3 gnomes. Grime, dirt, and muck. My fucking naming conventions. So the thing about the thugs was that within this world there was it was mostly just like basic ambushes and stuff, and gray guards was like a whole thing. So it's not what the thugs were, but they were like soldiers. If the players do not accept the ride, they will encounter 3 different groups of 1d12 thugs. Jesus Christ. Oh, they were high level at this point. After either a 4-hour boat ride or 12-hour walk, the players will reach Rivertown. Rivertown is a hustling and bustling seaport built alongside a giant cliff face. There are lots of people and various shops in town. Bulwark, the half-orc, runs the general store. Mortania, the tiefling, runs the bar. Oh yeah, there it is. 200 gold a night or 5 gold for a drink, which kind of does balance out. Like 4 copper for a mug of ale does balance out with what I was going with. And that was the thing. We never wanted to deal with copper and silver. We never wanted to deal with that. My thing is, how do you keep actual people relevant? How do you keep actual people relevant as enemy for later levels? What exactly do you mean? How do you keep them relevant? Like, I'm not sure what you mean. How do you keep actual people relevant as enemies for later levels? Are you saying if you want to introduce like a human like band? Oh, like, okay, I see what you mean. Like, instead of introducing stuff like spellcasters and stuff like that. So what I would do, so if we just look up the basic thug character sheet, which is what I used back then so much, for one, you could give them a higher armor class, give them more hit points, make them harder to hit, make them a lot hardier. You can also increase the numbers. Like, granted, we're looking at, you know, it's like 1d12 thugs. So realistically, you're generally going to have around 6 to 7 of these guys, but there was 5 or 6 people playing in my campaign at that time. So it was kind of like one-on-one. But you can increase the amount of enemies that there are. Also, start giving them some abilities. Like, you can have monsters, but rares. Yeah. Oh, if you wanted to go for like a city-themed campaign instead of scary monsters, and this got Dad off from the barbarian thought. So what I would do, or what I did do, was give them certain abilities. Okay. Make sure that they have stuff like pack tactics. Give them magic items. That is out and out one of the best things that you can do for like standard humanoid enemies like thugs and bandits and guards. Give them magic enemies. Or not magic enemies. Give them magic items. Give one of them a gauntlet of ogre power, so they have a 19 to their strength. Give one it's a periapt of health or something, or an amulet of health that makes your constitution a 19, so they have buffed up strength. They have buffed up hit points. Give them a sword that allows them to turn invisible. Oh yeah, Healing is definitely a thing. Give them potions, okay? Give them a healer, okay? That's always a thing. Have multiple rounds, where at, say, you could have it where at every round, one, or like every other round, 1d4 additional thugs show up, you know, until round, you know, 6 or, you know, 8 or something like that. So it's like they just keep coming out of the woodwork. Again, you can give them potions, you can make them spellcasters. So instead of using the thug or the, you know, the bandit or the guard, look up the evoker stat block. Okay, the Mordenkainen has a, like, an evoker wizard stat block that's actually super easy to run. Like a basic arcane blast that's melee or ranged, a party of 4 level 17s, they have a ton of resources to manage the party. That's true, they do. They have a ton of stuff that they can use. This is actually, when you're talking about level 17, you're talking about levels that I refuse to run games for. Personally speaking, I think once you get past like level 14 or 15, there are things that those characters can do. At level 17, your wizard has wish. They have wish. They have the wish spell if they want to have it. They have access to simulacrum. Okay, you have to, at that point you really can't have them fighting just basic thugs. It's not realistic at that point. At level 17, you are heroes of the realms, you're heroes of the multiverse. At that point, you are fighting aboleths in space. You are fighting gods, and you are fighting solars and devas, and you're fighting angels, and you're fighting celestial. You're fighting fucking the different princes of hell, and you're going after, you know, like Levistus and, you know, and Baal and stuff like that. Like, when you start getting up into those levels, you need to crank up what you're putting it against. And that's why stuff like, you know, the adult dragons, for example, they're set up to do that stuff. Simulacrum costs 1,000 or 500 and has a caveat that you can lose the spell or incapacitate yourself. Simulacrum. Yes, it requires something and powdered ruby worth 1,500 gold sprinkled over the duplicate and consumed with the spell. Yes, if you cast the spell again, appears in the same space, has as much half, it's friendly to you and other creatures. It obeys your commands. It lacks the ability to learn and become more powerful. It can never increase its level. If it's damaged, you can repair it. At which point, yeah, no, there's nothing. Now, you might be thinking of the wish spell, which the wish spell is that the stress of casting this spell to produce any other effect than duplicating another spell. After enduring this stress, each time you cast the spell, you take 1d10 necrotic damage per level of that spell, and it cannot be decreased or prevented. In addition, your strength drops to 3 if it isn't 3 or lower for 2d4 days. Finally, you have a 33% chance that you are unable to cast wish ever again if you fail the stress test. Like there, I just failed it that first time. The thing with simulacrum is more of a spell that it's meant more for the DM. That's a spell that's meant more for a DM than it is for a player. And there are spells out there like that. Caveat. No, it's caveat. So Simulacrum is one of those spells that's like more used for the DM, just to give like, oh, you want to, you know, he's in the process of casting this ritual or this spell, which takes 12 hours. You can try and stop him. It's a 7th level illusion spell, and here's the effects. It's also like, oh, what is it? It's like beyond Dream of the Blue Veil. A 10-minute spell that lasts for 6 hours, where you and up to 8 willing creatures fall unconscious, and you experience visions of another world on the material plane, such as Oath, Toril, Kryn, or Eberron. And if you maintain that for 6 hours, you are then mentally and physically transported to that world. This is not a spell that a player should ever cast. This literally takes you out of the campaign. Like, it's one of those things. And I also think you end up there naked. I could be wrong. No, yeah, I was wrong. For some reason, I thought it said like your equipment didn't go. I failed to wish my first time, by the way. Made a deal with Asmodeus, ended up like a venom with a thing in me. There's a cost to that, I believe. Oh, there's a cost to this? No, yeah, this is that you just need to have a magic item. There's no cost to wish. Wish is a verbal, is verbal. So, Naked and Afraid, D&D edition. Yeah, that's about it. But yeah, like I said, when you start getting up into higher levels, realistically, humanoid enemies aren't going to be nearly as much of a threat. That's why you need, oh, the Blue Veil. Yeah, no, the Blue Veil, where you at? The Blue Veil is that you just need to have an item or a willing creature from the destination world. It is not a material cost that, you know, it doesn't like cost anything. You just have to have an item from there, which granted, your DM would have to essentially place that within the world. But likewise, this is one of those things that this is not a spell that a player should be taking. This is the kind of spell that a DM should be utilizing. Why is this list there? Why do I have this list? Clear that. So yeah, that's my perspective on that. So rare thing DM required. Yeah. Oh yeah, obviously. Oh, look at this. Okay, so we got Mortania, Draxus, the Dark Elf. Also Prismatic Wall. Yes, I was running it through my head. I couldn't remember exactly. But no, that is it. Prismatic Wall is the other one that players should not have. It doesn't make sense for players to have this. Like, yeah. Time Shift or Clone? Oh. Man, I haven't thought of, wait, Time Shift? Do you mean Time Stop? So Clone is basically just the is the bastard child of Simulacrum. It costs 3,000 gold worth of materials, and is essentially just kind of like a lich using a phylactery. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that this would, I mean, you could. You're fine. It's fine, Enforcer. I don't mind you dipping into these. Yeah, time stop actually has no has none, but this one I actually would say, being that's a 9th level spell, your ability to, you know, have 5 turns in a row, that's kind of broken, in my opinion. Out of curiosity, minus subbending, which bending style would you choose from Avatar? So I have thought about this. I wouldn't know enough about subbending. I wouldn't know enough about subbending to even choose from that. But between fire, water, earth, and air, I've always been more keen on fire bending. Like, growing up, I always had more of an affinity for like fire. If I was playing a video game and there was like an element that you could choose, I always went fire. It might be because my favorite color is red. More than likely, I grew up with my favorite color being orange. So, but fire would probably be what I would go with. My backup to that would be air. And the reason I like air is because it's more like, fire is more of the offensive fighting style. Air is more the mobility stuff. Cause like, each one, wait, yeah. Cause it's that. So each style of bending could be attributed to the classic D&D party. Okay, you have your offensive character. You have like your classic D&D party is going to be a fighter, a wizard, a rogue, and a cleric. Okay, those are your 4. Your fighter is going to be earthbending, because they are going to have some of the higher defenses. They are also going to be the hardest hitters. So they are earthbending. Earthbending is more the fighter. Your wizard is going to be firebending because the evoker wizard is the most powerful of the basic subclasses. It's also more about the manipulation of it, the harnessing of energy, considering fire is energy and wizards harness fire from that. So firebending is the wizard, and then your rogue is airbending, because airbending is all about movement. It's about being faster than your enemies. It's being about getting away from them. It's more of a defensive kind of bending style because you're able to fly, you're able to blow people away from you, and you're also able to knock people back with it as well. So it's more of a rogue kind of style. And then lastly, you have waterbending would be the cleric, and that is because it's the healing one. It's also it's also the soothing one. But the other thing is that clerics are also very strong warriors. Waterbending can be used in very effective ways to hit people and cause damage. And funny enough, the ties to that are not just like in my own head. If you look at the original design of the Ganassi, which came out back in the Elemental Evil Player's Companion. So if we if we just look at these Ganassi, you can see that they each get a +2 to Constitution, but each one gets a +1 to something else. The air Ganassi, like the air nomads, like I said, ties to the rogue. The rogue's main ability score is dexterity. They just so happen to get a buff to dexterity. Earth Ganassi, like I said, that would be your fighter, that would be your barbarian. They get a buff to strength, and the Earth Ganassi gets a buff to strength. Fire Ganassi, like I said, they're based more on the wizards, or even an artificer, you know, who harnesses fire. They get a buff to intelligence, and Water Ganassi get a buff to wisdom, which is the cleric's main casting ability. They are literally built, the Ganassi and the 4 main types of bending literally balance each other out. And yeah, what Stacy is talking about is actually made a group of characters back in the day where it was an air Ganassi rogue, an earth Ganassi barbarian, a fire Ganassi wizard, and a water Ganassi cleric. That was like a whole group that I made. But yeah, if it was me, firebending, 100%. Oh, kind of a question for the thief character in the fast hands part. Wait, in the fast hands part, would the use of a bonus action work for alchemist fire? Oh shit, I found something. Let's pull up the rogue, because I know what fast hands is, but I can't think of the specific wording. This is for the thief. You can use a bonus action granted by your cunning action to make a yeah, use an object. Yes, you can use an object, so yes. So yeah, if you had a bottle of alchemist fire and you wanted to throw it, or if you had a bomb, you could throw it with that, because that's use an action. So I swap between arcane trickster and thief. Yeah, thief's an awesome class. It's one of the ones, it's actually funny enough what I was hoping one of my players in my library game would have taken, because she plays a more thief themed character, but she actually ended up taking assassin because she wanted more combat abilities. Okay, so which would you choose to have yourself? AZ, I would choose firebending. I would choose firebending in a heartbeat. One, I could fly with it. You know, put my hands down and, you know, rock it away like Iron Man. I could fly with it. If I have a way to just like create an infinite source of fire, I literally have free energy. I could figure out a way to do it. You can fly with everyone. That's true. You can. I just like the concept of, like, you know, little rockets coming out of my feet, you know, little jets of fire. Yeah, no, fire would definitely be it. Like, just more thematically, I like it. Okay. Man. Oh my God. These are all my old characters. Malgoth, Eldrakon, Nasami Vandrel, Risic, Avoro. My God, Helgretha Shieldbearer, Audric Yggdrasil, Fenrir Wolfslayer, Bragoth Doomsword, and Gareth Tyreris. Oh my God. Side quests. Oh my God, here's all my side quests. What is this? Fuck, I forgot about all this. Are there elementals in there? I don't think so. Plowing a troll. Oh my God, this was a side quest I made where a local farmer had, oh god, I can't really oh, that's the worst. This is basically Castlevania. It was just combat, that's all it was. Pakir's oh shit, I remember Pakir plowing a troll. Yeah, this was basically a farmer had gone missing. Yeah, here it is. Either a local approaches the players about a missing farmer, or the players see a sign about him. Upon inquiry, the players find out that a local farmer has gone missing. The people he serviced noticed the stoppage in supply, and when someone went to look for him, they found his house was empty. The players are told that his farm was to the north, about an hour's walk. If the players ask for any information about the farm or anything that changed before he disappeared, they find out about a month ago he started talking about meeting a wonderful woman. Once the players reach the house, after some investigating, they find various clues, troll footprints, leading to the conclusion the farmer was taken by a troll. If the players follow the footprints, it'll lead to a cave to the east along a rocky outcropping. Upon reaching the cave, the players will find the remains of a human. While there, the troll will show up and tell the players to leave. If they refuse, the troll will attack. After defeating the troll, the players can search the farmer's body to find random pages from his journal. If they read the pages, I don't know why I ever did this. I always like broke shit down and hid information, but that's just dumb. I would just say that they find like some notes in his page. Yes, I'm so lonely. Is life really worth it without someone to share it with? I met a wonderful she-troll today. She's beautiful. Today we had sex and it was amazing. I didn't feel like I was doing anything, but she enjoyed it. We had onion soup again. I'm starting to get annoyed at her constant farting. I think I should just leave her, but I fear she will kill me. This is a side quest that I made back in the day. Whew, my players don't ever search the body. Dude, fuck, I wish. My players, one of my players especially, he's always about searching the bodies. Actually, funny enough, he searches bodies so much that I have an entire document called creature loot for when he wants to search the body of a creature. Like, oh, you kill a bandit, you find tattered leather, a tattered scimitar, and a bandit code. Or, you know, you kill I don't know, you kill an ogre, you find 1d4 giant's toes and an ogre heart. Like I've had to like find resources like this because my players loot stuff so often. Shit, yeah, my god, this is like so much combat. What does he have this time gone? So funny enough, he has that, his character has that book in game. That's actually how we justified it. He met an old adventurer who now runs a tavern that had this book from when he used to travel the world, cataloging monsters and different creatures and the stuff that you can find on him. So the other day, for example, they came across the site where he found an egg and referenced into the book. He had to roll on he had to make a check to find information about it. It eventually revealed that it was a Remoraz egg. And then when the Remoraz recently, in yesterday's session, attacked the party looking for the egg, he killed it and he was able to find and reference these things. So he actually has an in-game reason about why he does it. So it does make sense. I forget what this is. Oh my god, I gotta read this. I always like that tavern keepers are always OP. Yeah, I do love that that shtick. The players either see a sign for help or they're approached by someone asking for assistance. The man will introduce himself as Richard Pakir of the Pakir Brewing Company. He is accompanied by his two sons who are large and portly, named Fudge and Meat. I was such an idiot. Richard explains that his property a few miles east was recently ransacked by goblins, and he wants the players to go there and retrieve something for him. He says that there is a small chest buried underground in the basement of his house with some personal effects. That's not the right word. From his fudge and meat, but you also have to look at his last name. All right, Enforcer, have a good night. His last name is Pakir, but it's also just, it could be pronounced Packer. So it's like Richard, the nickname for Richard. So you got Richard Packer, Fudge Packer, and Meat Packer. All right. It has a paper in it. The son will begin escorting them to the house. One of the players, on the way, the players will get attacked by thugs. Again, it was always thugs. During this encounter, the son will cower away from harm. Upon reaching the property, the players will notice the property is littered with grapevines and apple trees, and they will also notice a group of 4 goblins standing guard at the property gate. 4 at the front door of the house, 2 around the side digging a hole. The son will tell them to slay the goblins because they're evil and took the house. When the players reach the 4 at the gate, they will realize they are straw dummies in goblin armor. If the players stay there for more than 2 minutes, the 4 at the door will see them approach. When the players approach the 4 at the door, the goblins will begin speaking gibberish. Anyone who speaks goblin can tell they are speaking gibberish, and anyone who speaks halfling can tell that they are saying, "Ooh, we are goblins. Ooh, get away." If the players attack the goblins, they will begin shouting and retreating into the house. Once in the house, a large halfling will walk out dressed in battle gear. He will say in common, "Please do not attack. You don't understand what's going on." This man will introduce himself as Hell King. What? Hell King, the leader of the Cutback halfling clan. Hell King Cutback? He will then ask why the players are there. Once he finds out they were hired by Pakir, he will have the 2 of his men restrain the son so he does not leave or fight. Hell King will then explain that 2 years ago this property belonged to Hell King's father, As King, and one day Richard Pakir showed up wanting to buy the land because of the abundant fields to grow for his brewing crops. As King refused, and later Pakir showed up with a group of mercenaries and slaughtered the half of the clan who decided to fight, and the rest were allowed to escape. After hearing this, the son will begin saying it's all lies, his father would never do that, and Hell King will say that he has recently done it because he sent the players there to kill them. Okay, let me say this. Don't ever write if you are a DM out there, like if you plan on ever DMing a session, don't write your notes like this. This is the worst to reference when you're running it. Like, unless you are very good at remembering shit, don't fucking write notes like this. This is the worst. Bullet points. Bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. Yeah. Or make it like a list, like, like numbered list so that you can have like subsets. Okay. Hell King will then ask what Pakir sent them for. If players tell them they were sent for a paper, he will say that they are looking for the same thing. Hell King will explain that the paper they and Pakir are looking for is the deed to the property, that it was never changed or changed to give Pakir ownership, so the Cutback clan wants it back so they can reclaim land for themselves. If the players decide to help, they will have to search the house, and in the basement they will find a small chest buried under the ground in the center of the room. The players will have to have the son place his hand on the chest to open it, either through persuasion or intimidation, DC 12. That's very low, but he is an idiot. When they open the chest, there will be a lock of hair, a blue bow, and a silver necklace with a locket at the end, and a rolled up scroll. The scroll is the deed to the property, and Hell King will reach down and take it. Hell King will then thank the players and offer them 100 gold for their help, so essentially 1 gold. Once the players return to Torah and find Richard, he will ask for the paper. When the players explain what happened, Richard will call out, and that's if they decide to help. This is another thing. I used to have to write, like, if this happens, and then I had to write the contingency because I didn't know how to improvise. I had to write out everything I did back when I first ran D&D. When the players explain what happened, Richard will call out a bunch of thugs that will attack the players. When the I always assumed that they would kill them. I never made it a challenge. Richard will apologize and attempt to leave the inn. If the players decide to kill Richard, they'll find 250 gold on his body and 50 gold on each of his sons. If the players refuse to help, Hell King will order the halflings to attack, and 16 halfling warriors will file out of the house. Once the halflings are killed, the players can search the house in the basement. Yeah, this was basically, I had to copy and paste this. So when the son sees the scroll, he'll reach down and grab it, thank the party, and they will leave as soon as possible. Once the players return to Tor and find Richard, the son will hand the paper to Richard. At this moment, Richard will smile and look at the players and call out 1d10 guards. When the players kill the thugs, he will apologize. Yeah, he was always just gonna betray them. That's right. He wanted the deed anyway. What was the significance? Why did I make it Hell King? Hell King? Why did I make it Hell King and As King? I don't remember. I don't remember why it was Hell King, cut back, and As King. Like, I think this is just a play on the name Ass King. Like, you know, like Ass King. But it could also be asking. I don't know. I forget. Yeah. I don't know. This is like, yeah, these were just like little side quests that I was building. Okay. Oh, that's that's nothing. Dread Mountain. Yep. Oh my God. Yeah. The fight with Gellick. It's a big maze. God. I hate how I used to write notes, but it was the only way that I could. It was the only way I knew how. Like, and I would have to sit there like, this is, did they get played? Yes, actually, they did. They did. Every single one of those did. The players found the plowed troll. They found they did the troll. They did the Castlevania castle, and they did the Pakir property. They sided with the halflings. I know that. Like, they hated Fudge. Fudge was the one that they took with them, and then they ended up killing Richard Packer and Meat Packer. Yeah, Fudge was the only one that was allowed to live. I remember that. Bunch of puzzles. Oh my God, I hated how I wrote these notes, but it was like the only way that I could. Oh, what is this? Main idea: 4 ancient sword known as the pens. They were once used to protect the world, have gone missing. One of magic, one of power, one of speed, and one of vitality, which are wielded by the 4 most skilled in Benton Hall. Stone Pie the Mighty, Pilot the Quick, Paper the, oh my God. I remember this. Holy shit. I remember this. I had a friend back in the day that carried with him 4 different pens. He would carry 4 different kinds of pens. And each one of the, it was like he had 4 different ones, because like he would have one that wrote better on like, that was like better if he was like writing like a note for something like on thicker paper. He had something that was better for writing on like thinner paper, one that he would give to customers. Like there was another one that was like really nice, and I was like, I jokingly like made a comment like, it's like you have like 4 different weapons, and like came up with this. Yeah, there was a sword that gave like some magical buffs, sword that made you stronger, made you faster, made you more healthy, you know, like I don't know how, but yeah, that was interesting. Oh, holy shit. I made, this is like my first subclass. This would have been my first subclass. A chronomancer, a wizard subclass. Time dilation is second level. You can use an action to ready a reaction. What the fuck does that mean? Before the start of your next turn, when a target makes a melee attack against you, you can use your reaction to move 5 feet away and make a ranged attack at the creature with advantage. Huh. You can use your action to ready a reaction. I would change that. I would just say, as a reaction, when a target makes a melee attack against you, or, you know, yeah. When a target makes a melee attack against you, you can use your reaction to move 5 feet, away from them, or you know, to move 5 feet away. This movement does not provoke opportunity attacks, and make a ranged ranged attack would allow it to be weapon or spell, so that's fine. At the triggering creature, I would maybe take away advantage, because I think advantage may be a little strong there. Essentially, though, it is just basically giving you something that you can use. Okay. At 6th level, you can use your action to slow time and gain double movement speed. Okay, so you're essentially dashing. During this time, it appears as if you're moving twice as fast as you normally do. If you make a ranged attack while slow time is active, so on that turn, you are able to shoot 2 projectiles, granted that the weapon does not have the loading property. If you make a melee attack while you gain advantage on the attack, that's a shitty action. You know what? It might have been something where it was like, or like if I was doing this now, it would be like, maybe for like a number of rounds equal to your proficiency modifier, where your movement speed is doubled, and if you make a ranged attack, you can shoot 2 projectiles, or if you attack with melee, you have advantage. This ability can only be used twice per long rest. Yeah. Time walk. At 10th level, you gain the ability to walk across the plane's time. As an action, choose a location you can see and a time within the past or next 15 minutes. Use an action to walk into the temporal plane and walk out in the chosen location at the chosen time. If you choose to travel back in time, the past version of yourself disappears from its location when you step out of the temporal plane. If you choose to travel forward in time, time moves normally for everyone else, and it appears as if you simply disappeared and reappeared in a different location, similar to the phase spider's ethereal jaunt. During this time, you can witness the events that have taken place or will take place in the location you choose. This ability cannot be used again until you finish a long rest. So once a day, you can choose a location you can see and a time within the past or next 15 minutes. And you walk there. This is essentially just a very weird way of teleporting. But you can teleport into the past. This could be... I don't hate this. I'm not hating this. At 14th level, your control over time becomes so great that you can stop and start time at your whim. You can use an action to stop time and gain triple movement speed. If you make a ranged attack, you're able to shoot 4 projectiles. If you make a melee attack while stop time is active, slow time and stop time, you gain advantage on the attack roll and damage roll. Okay, you gain advantage on the damage roll and may make a second attack as a bonus action without. Why not just be the fucking multi-attack? Give it extra attack. I don't know why this character is like a wizard, and yet I'm like, you can shoot 4 projectiles. Like a wizard is gonna be doing that. It's not a war wizard or like a blade singer. So why are you making? And this says projectiles. So this is arguably saying that, like, so I guess my thinking was probably something like Firebolt or Ice Knife, where you're casting it once, but this is essentially giving you the ability to, like, you would be able to cast essentially Firebolt 4 times with this, which at 14th level, I mean, that's just powerful, but it is once per day. You know what? I know he just had his stream today. I might submit this to Cinderblock Sally just to get his like this is where I started, and just to see what he thinks about it. Yeah, I might do a remake on this. I'm curious. I'm liking this. Oh yeah, crit miss table. No, fuck those. Those are awful. Oh, hey, look at that. Kelf's backstory. The story of I won't actually read this. There's very sensitive subjects in here. Yeah, there's very sensitive subjects in here that I won't go into detail. So sorry. Holy shit, man, that was a hell of a time. Hell of a time looking down. Share that? No, I won't share it. No, again, it has very sensitive subjects that, like, I don't want to necessarily share publicly. If you feel so inclined, you can go back and pause the screen, pause the stream at at the right time. I guess it would be on there as I scrolled past it. No, it's, again, very sensitive subjects. I won't go into it. It's from a different time when I was more cavalier at making my characters. All right, so I don't know if AZ's still here. I do want to make sure that I get into reviewing his character. So let's do that real quick. Just want to close out this window over here. Get this back to normal. Where's he at? Here it is. The big old data dump. All right. Is it this one? It's the only one I see. It's the only one I see with his name. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I will. I'll get back to the book right after this. God, I can't. Ugh. I hate looking at character sheets on D&D Beyond that are in light mode. I just can't read it. All right, let's take a look at this. So, decent spread on abilities as a cleric. +3 to wisdom, +2 to dex. Personally, I would have maybe gone for a 14 in constitution. Not this one. I don't see another character I don't see another character in here. Oh, he's just unassigned. He's unassigned, sorry. Gotcha. All right. So Water Genasi Druid. Okay, so you got the bump to Wisdom, which is good. Yep, Dexterity and Constitution next. Yep, you want the higher AC because you're going to be wearing light and medium armor. And on top of that, you want Constitution for your hit points. So that's good. You went Circle of the Land Coast. Yep, you got some extra stuff. Yep, there is. God, I gotta turn that to dark mode. Okay, so yeah, you took Forge Elemental Weapon, which again, if it was my own campaign, I'd be fine with that. You don't have a feat, which would argue at 4th level you took an ability score improvement. Yep, so bumped your Wisdom and Con. Let's see. Yeah, your Constitution's a +2, so that's where your concentration saves are going to be. Your current inventory. Yep, 5 gold, leather, scimitar, shield. Okay, so yep, basic leather. It's always good to immediately, as soon as you can, sticking with light armor, get studded the moment you can. Like that's such an important thing. Studded leather, it's like, granted, it's not like, you know, so drastically different, but that +1, you know, to go from a 15 AC to a 16 is worth it. And you figure if you have a +1 shield, like a magical shield does the same thing that jumping from one kind of leather armor to studded leather will get you. All right, let's look at your spells. You have too many spells. You have 10 spells out of 8 prepared. So you need to unprepare 2 of your spells. So that's one of the things about being a druid. So let me pull this up. So as a druid, you know a number of cantrips equal to however many it says on here. So since your character is level 5, you have 3 cantrips, and it tells you right here you get 3 cantrips. Additionally, the druid table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your spells. To cast these spells, you must expend a spell slot, blah 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 blah. You prepare a list of druid spells that are available for you to cast, choosing from the druid spell list. So you have access to every druid spell out there. But when you choose this list, you choose a number of spells equal to your wisdom modifier plus your druid level. Since your level is 5, your wisdom modifier is 3, you are allowed to prepare 8 spells every day. So, and you can swap this out every time you finish a long rest. Why did it let you choose more? Because I honestly could not tell you why. It should not let you prepare more than that. So it may have been that you had some things chosen when like you were building your character, or, well, you know what? You were building it in the app, I assume. If you were building it in the app might not take that into consideration. But again, it's just something to keep in mind. If you were to take this okay, so some spells, yes. So what you're referring to is that is your circle spells. So once you Once you gain access to a circle spell, you always have it prepared, and it doesn't count against the number of spells you can prepare each day. So as a coast one, you would have access to Mirror Image, Misty Step, Water Breathing, and Water Walk, which your character does. Right here, always prepared, and always prepared, and always prepared. So that means that you should, at any given moment, have the 8 that you have at level 5 with your current setup. You should have 8 prepared spells and the 4 that are always prepared, and then 3 cantrips. Again, I'm not saying that you have to change your character sheet. If you were playing in my game, for example, I would tell you, hey, just unprepare 2 of the spells. Like, simple as that. Just take two of the spells you have on there, and then just, you know. Yeah, I just readjusted now. Now it's saying 10 out of 8. I don't know. Like I said, being that you're on the app, I don't know how the app functions versus the website. Because, like I said, even when I'm on my phone, I prefer the website. So, well, that's why it has a little thing here. You know, oh my god. Okay, but looking at your spells, Forge an Elemental Weapon again, one of the ones that I added, but that's good. Frostbite, Shape Water, Thorn Whip. Yeah, not bad. So you got decent range abilities, and you also have one that's a saving throw, which is good. You took off Absorb Elements and one other. Yeah, I was say it should reset it. It's so tiny. Oh, there you go. Perfect. 8 spells. Perfect. Okay. So yeah. Forge Elemental Weapon, Frostbite, and Thorn Whip are good. Frostbite's good because you want to make sure you have something that can deal damage that is a saving throw. Some things that have super high ACs don't oftentimes have really high ability scores, so you can make sure you get some of that extra. You can kind of play into that. If I was playing this character and you were going for a water bending style, I would reflavor Thorn Whip into like Water Whip, and you know, just kind of like, again, reflavor the words. You create a long vine like whip made of water that lashes out at your command. Oh, plant bending, is that a thing? Because plants are water? God, I hate all of these different sub-bending things that you have introduced to me. It's God. I feel like it's so pedantic. It's like, whatever has any amount of water in it, I can bend it. I mean, rocks have water. So, wait, I mean, is that a thing? I know it's based off of Avatar, I'm aware, and I'm aware that The Legend of Korra introduced all kinds of crazy shit, so I'm aware of that. But, like, you could argue that, why wouldn't rocks count? If rocks have water in them, and plants have water in them, could you not bend the water within the rock to move the rock? Like, is that not a thing you could do? I mean, you're not basing it off of actual logic, because bending isn't a real thing. It's all a cartoon. But I'm just saying, if we want to get so pedantic where it's like plant bending and like, I mean, I know blood bending, that was a thing that was introduced in the first season of Avatar. But like, if we were to get into stuff like plant bending, that's water bending, let's go pedantic. All right, let's go pedantic. There's water in everything, you know. There's water in rocks. There's water in mud. It's in the first one too. Plant Ben? Maybe it is. It's been so long since I watched it. Anyway. All right. Cure wounds. Always good to have a healer. Yep. And then you have the bonus action ranged one. You know, not as effective, but you can do it at ranged, and it's a bonus action. Grabbing a ritual. Nice. Detect poison and disease is good. Entangle. That's a decent one if you want to get some area control. Ice knife. That's a great spell. Ice knife explodes when it hits enemies, so that's a good one. Create or destroy water. Yep. Mirror image and misty step. I could see mirror image and misty step being you like creating like a splash of water to, like, you know, you, instead of it being a silvery mist, like it's more, you know, the water, and the mirror image, like it's like a watery duplicate of yourself. That would be cool. And then yeah, plant growth, sleet storm, water. Yeah, no, I think these are, I think it's a good, yeah, refraction, exactly. I think it's a nice little, it's a nice character you've built. Like I said, now that you have those spells handled, if you would want to, like, if it was a game that I was running, would have no issue with this character being in one of my games. Far traveler, so okay, so you're a little more strange, you know, people will pay attention to you, so you are from a far off land, you are intriguing to people. Short-sighted, naive, and impulsive. Belongs to the elemental plane and water itself. Sense of purification. Okay. Believes the balance in the world relies in the balance of the core elements. Is having to go. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. He talks like this, man, because he's like a California surfer. You know, he's all about water, man. Like, we're gonna go down and we're gonna hang out, bro. Genies and other Ganassi, however, doesn't get along very well with fire versions of either. People who have actively tried to upset the elemental balance. Oh yeah, Captain Planet, baby, you are Captain Planet. Oh, I'm interested about this. Long ago in a faraway land, 4 elemental genies granted elemental power to humans, an island nation. As society evolved, so did the magic, eventually becoming part of the humans themselves. The land lived in peace until the fire Ganassi. The 4 nations lived in peace until the fire nation attacked. Flood nation. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, dude. You get the right kind of DM that, like, really buys into this backstory and, like, you know, yep, it's literally the Avatar plot. You get the right kind of DM who's into Avatar the same as you, and like is up on that story. You could have a good character build. Like, you could have a good story with this character. Like this would be a very thematic character to that kind of story. So yeah, no, I think it's a great character. I think you did well. So, yeah, kudos to you. All right, so it's already so we're going on 3.5 hours. I did want to talk just a little bit more about this book. We're just gonna kind of skim through the rest of it. Can't imagine what you intended to talk about. Actually, funny enough, I only ever intended to talk about this book. Is there any way I can add a character to multiple campaigns? Yes. What you need to do is you cannot have one character in multiple campaigns, but what you can do is go to your My Characters page, click copy, make a copy of that, and then when you get the link to get into a campaign, just put that character in there. So you'll just have two separate copies of the character. For example, this character right here, Cliche. Oh, you already have 6 of 6. You can subscribe to D&D Beyond for $2 a month to have unlimited characters. Don't pay if you don't have to. But yeah, so but that's how you would do it. That's how you would do it if you would. Like I said, I have a character here named Cliche that is a copy of this character, Cliche. So Wizards, you gotta understand. I know you joined the streams well after the whole OGL debacle. Believe me, man. I know that Wizards can be pains in the asses, and they are out there for money. But so what happened? What happened was, well, a lot of people don't like how Wizards basically has like a monopoly over all of D&D, but it's their product technically. But the thing is that back at the beginning of the year, Wizards of the Coast tried to change their licensing agreement. So the thing to know about the OGL, or the Open Gaming License, which is what you're seeing on screen right now, is that this is what appears at the end of any publication that uses officially licensed D&D material. Okay, this allows you to use it, and Wizards can't stop you from publishing it. They also can't profit off of it. You own your own materials. You're just using the stuff that they had in what was the SRD, which is called the System Reference Document, which is a bunch of basic D&D shit that you were allowed to reference. Okay, that's the long and short of it. They wanted to change that. They wanted to make a new open gaming license that gave them more control over what people could publish, that had ethical questions in it, that gave them the ability to monetize it and stop you from selling it. And the whole community pushed back. And eventually, about a month later, Wizards realized their big mistake, and they had lost a lot of money because a lot of people stopped subscribing to D&D Beyond, and they canceled their accounts and stuff. And Wizards realized the mistake that they made, and they said, okay, we're no longer going to have the OGL will exist, and you can still continue to publish stuff using our material and using what's in the SRD, but they actually put it into what's called Creative Commons, which is a more open and free and market friendly licensing agreement. So they kind of like they tried to go, one step forward and ended up going 2 step backs, to where they have less hands in on the stuff that they originally published, but it's better for the community. All in all, it's better for the community, the what they did. So I get it, believe me. You can like Wizards, you can hate Wizards. The bottom line, D&D Beyond is the best digital resource for Dungeons and Dragons, and it's where I run all my campaigns, so I'm gonna keep using it. But yeah, before we finish up for the night, like I said, I just kind of want to go over what some of the rest of stuff in this book is. How do I add another character to the campaign? Well, for one, you would need to have an open character spot. If you already have 6 of 6, it's not going to let you make another character in there. So, because your characters, oh, you deleted one? Oh, then just go. So you go into my campaigns. So go to the campaign where your character is, and then at the very bottom there's a button that says create unassigned character, and then you can make a character in there. That's all. But yeah, so I just kind of want to go over what else is in this book. Can choose one that exists. That's true. Yeah, you can also well, if you want to choose the one that, if you want to choose a character that already exists, you have to go into the campaign, copy the link, open that up, and then when you go to open that, then you can add any one of your characters. So it is like an extra step, but if you're just making a new character that's in there, it's easier to just go down here to create unassigned character. So yeah, like I said, just wanted to touch a little bit more on this book. What else is in it? So it goes, I'm not going to pull up the camera. Well, it was good for what it was for. It just fucks up my other camera. So it talks about the different types of magic. For example, abjuration blocks attacks or negates harmful effects. Evocation, manipulate magic energy to create desired effects, including the creation of fire, lightning, or beams of light. And we'll look at enchantment, influence or control others through entrancement or commands. This is one of those things. Shit. Yeah. Well, fuck it. We're gonna pull up the camera. This is one of those things where I wish more players had this information in front of them, like what the different schools of magic are and what they do. This is what I wish more players knew about, because if you know the different kinds of magic, especially if you want to play a wizard, you know what school of magic you want to get into. We got rituals and scrolls. This page kind of describes a little bit about how rituals and scrolls are different from just normal spell casting. This explains a little bit about spell casting. The bottom here also includes some stuff. I had to turn the wrong way. Some stuff about concentration. So what we discussed earlier this evening. And then from there, it starts to actually review some of the basic spells that are in the PHB. So, for example, we'll look at Shocking Grasp. The Shocking Grasp spell conjures a bit of electricity to deliver a jolt to the next creature or person you touch. It may look like a practical joke, but if you're lucky, this shock can knock down small creatures in one hit. Use it wisely, and its zap will be one your foes remember. And then down here, spell tips. So each one of these has a little spell tip that goes along with it. This spell only works if you can touch your target, unlike Call Lightning on page 47, which is a more powerful spell. Jesus Christ, my dog is going crazy. That can hit targets farther away. If your opponent is wearing magical armor, this shot can be even more powerful, so pick your target wisely to maximize the effect. And we have stuff like Magic Missile. Magic Missile creates 3 glowing darts of magical force you can send hurtling towards a target. These missiles don't cause a lot of damage individually, but if you get zapped by all 3, they can really hurt. This is a classic combat spell used by many wizards to defend against threats. Spell tips. These aren't physical darts. They move effortlessly through the wind, rain, and even armor. All a wizard has to do is point at their target and zap. After about 40 yards, these missiles fizzle, so make sure your target's within range. It's 120 feet range. And powerful wizards can create more than 3 missiles at a time, so if you see a wizard with 4 or more missiles floating nearby, watch out. So I kind of like this, because the funny thing is that like, even though it's instantaneous, like it says here, If you see a wizard with 4 or more missiles floating nearby, watch out. That gives the implication that you could have these things like floating around you. And I kind of like that idea, just like, you know, that imagery in mind. But then it, you know, goes into a bunch of different spells. It kind of outlines, I think it's 4 spells per level. So we got 3rd level with Call Lightning, Water Breathing. We got 4th level, 5th level, Animate Object, Flame Strike, Tree Stride. 6th level, Create Undead. Otto's Irresistible Dance. 7th level, Prismatic Spray. 8th level, Clone and Dominate Monster. And 9th level, Time Stop and Shape Change. So it gives, you know, there's tons of spells out there, but this just kind of gives like a taste of some of the spells, and, you know, showing that increase in power and accessibility. So in here, this is specifically a page on wild magic. So if you want to play a wild magic sorcerer, this is where you would reference. It does actually give you some of the effects of the wild magic surge. So these are some pretty cool examples. You can, you know, you turn into a pot, or a potted plant, you accidentally cast fireball on yourself. 3 creatures within 30 feet are struck by lightning. And what's this say down here? Oh yeah, you can bend the luck. Curing more additional things. And then going in towards the back of the book, we got magic items. So not only is this talking about like classes, and it's talking about spells and like how to essentially make your character, or like ways to pick your character, but we also got some information about some of the official items in the game. You know, Weapon of Warning, the Oath Bow, Dancing Weapons, and Dagger of Venom. It talks about, come on, isn't that another page? Yes. A legendary weapon, the Sun Sword, just fucking sick. We got some magical staves. So we have the Staff of the Magi, the legendary item. We got wands, such as the Wand of Lightning Bolts, the Wand of Paralysis, the Wand of Polymorph, with the legendary Wand of Wonder. What next? Magic armor. So we got the animated shield, helmet of teleportation, and then we got potions. So potion of clairvoyance, healing, water breathing, and the potion of poison, which looks like a healing potion. Got various rings: Ring of the Ram, Ring of Shooting Stars, Ring of Animal Influence, one of those ones that gives you advantage against animals. And then we got some cloaks: Cloak of the Manta Ray, Cloak of Elvenkind, included in there. And then wondrous items: the Bag of Holding, one of the most wondrous items; Mask of the Beast, Boots of Speed, Lantern of Revealing, classic items that are available in all kinds of campaigns, and just some examples of some of the items that you can find in your games, or if you're a DM getting this book, things that you can put in your games, also including the Orb of Dragonkind, the Rope of Climbing. And then we got using magic to tell your own stories. So back in here, this is actually about that character we were talking about before. This is that Belvala, and what this says: Belvala could hear hold on, I gotta get my narrator voice in line here. Belvala could hear footsteps on the cold stone floor and smell touches of an exotic fragrance used to mask the stench of death, but there was no breathing to match the animalistic movement she detected. Undead. The unliving were her most hated enemies, and she would do anything to destroy their evil blight. The cleric's hands clenched tightly. She could feel the familiar touch of Giver, her enchanted dagger, and Taker, her silver chalice. These linked items would not seem much like much to a casual observer, but those who could see magic would be awestruck by their true aura. The vampire spawn began to move closer, one breaking the silence of the room with a hissing threat, her tongue pressed against sharp fangs. Lord Strahd has marked you for death. Belvala smirked and her hand quivered for a moment as she felt divine power of her god Corellon surging from within. Pure sunlight exploded from Belvala's frail body, and the vampire screamed in agony. She obviously cast Channel Divinity, Turn Undead. Yeah, reading about adventure is a great way to stir your imagination, and creating a character is an important first step in composing your personal stories. Building a new character is about discovering who they are at the beginning of their journey and then figuring out who they might be as their legend grows across the land. So who are your characters? Are your heroes like you or different? I'm gonna turn off this. Sorry, at this point. Are your characters like you or different, young or old, human or something else? Think about the foes you may face in your journey. Great heroes require great challenges. Where does your story take place? Is it in the top of a mountain, a serene forest, deep underwater? When does the story happen? How do things change as the story progresses? What should someone feel as they experience your story? Should they laugh or be scared, cheer or gross out? Why are heroes going on this adventure? Knowing what their goals are will help you create a compelling tale of courage and exploration. And then it says here, something very important, remember, you don't have to answer all these questions by yourself. Dungeons and Dragons is a collaborative game where you work with your friends to create your own stories. One person acts as a narrator called the Dungeon Master, and the other players take on the roles of heroes called player characters in the adventuring party in the story. The DM sets up a scene by describing a place and any threats that may exist, then each player contributes ideas by explaining their own character's actions. With each scene created by the group, the story moves forward in unexpected and entertaining ways. If you don't feel confident starting from scratch, you can go to your local gaming store and play Dungeons and Dragons demonstration sessions. Demos can be a quick way to learn how to play and as an opportunity to possibly make some brand new friends at the same time. So, yeah. Like I said, absolutely love this book. If you have a chance to get your hands on this, do it. I think it's a great resource for new players. I think it's a great way to get younger players involved, getting them this book, letting them experience some of the details about it. Personally, I'm waiting. I should have the other, because today was a bank holiday, I don't think the post office was delivering, because I should have Dragon and Treasures and Warriors and Weapons delivered to my store tomorrow. And I personally want the Wizard and Spells and Warriors and Weapons books, because those are like the two player character themed ones. But the Dragons and Treasures, Monsters and Creatures, Beasts and Behemoth, and Dungeons and Tombs, those ones I'm looking forward to just as like a DM. So, and you guys can rest assured, when I get them, I will be talking about them on stream, so look forward to them. But yes, for new players, for old players, for young players, this is a great resource to do. I don't know if you mentioned, I was looking something up. I was looking something up the other day, and I forget what I was looking up. Let's see. Oh. I remember what I was looking up. You know what I was looking up? I was looking up the D&D Adventure Club. That's what I was looking up, because I was working on stuff for my niece and nephew, and I went to their resources page because in here, if you go to the D&D Adventure Club, which I've talked about on this stream before, but the D&D Adventure Club is a more child-friendly version of D&D. I signed up for their monthly subscription, and I have a number of their books. They're very short. They're only a handful of pages. They're not super crazy, like dangerous or nothing like that. They are kid friendly. But I was looking for that because I wanted some of the maps that they have and the characters. So I went to this because I remembered them having the character page, because you can go into here and view all of the characters that are available. So for example, my nephew wants to play as Rogar Lightbringer. So I wanted to go into here and like show him the character, and like I kind of explained about some of the stuff that his character can do. And I need to print up a copy of this. But the main thing I was going for was these maps. So in here, each one of them has like the big town map. It has the local map. It also has these paper cutouts that if you want to have like real miniatures and stuff on the playing field, like if you're playing in person, then you can cut these out. And but when I was like clicking in, I'm like, okay, what's more merc? And essentially in the D&D Adventure Club, the merc is the Underdark, and there are creatures in there. And so I clicked this just sends you a PDF of like some encounters that you can run in the merc. But I was like, okay, what's other fun stuff? And I clicked that, and here they are. So I clicked into these and was checking them out on their website, and yeah, this is how I came across them. I was curious about them, and so yeah, if you want to buy them straight through them, you can do that. I don't know what their shipping time is, obviously, but yeah, that's where I found them. But yeah, I think that is gonna do it for me tonight. I'm going for well over 3.5 hours. It's almost 1:30 in the morning, and I gotta be up in 6 hours. So, cause I got work early in the morning. So I do apologize for not getting to everything. I know there were some questions over in the advice corner, so I will make sure that I take time next time to answer those. I was also going to work on adding some magic items to D&D Beyond, some of the items from the Verdigris table, but unfortunately did not get time. Yes, I will look at your character real quick. My campaign. He's a copy of Joshua. All right. This is your monk bard. Okay. That fucking array is Jesus Christ. What an array. Yep, the power of rolling. It's also the power of rolling if you're not in front of your DM, which is why I don't let my players do it unless it's in front of everyone. All right, so you got some bard spells. All right, so okay, for one, get rid of True Strike. True Strike is the fucking worst spell that has ever existed. All right, let me explain to you what True Strike does. You spend an action to give yourself advantage on your first attack next round. Okay, so you are foregoing your ability to do anything now for the chance to roll twice and take the highest roll next turn. You are better off attacking you're better off attacking this round and attacking this round, because then you're rolling twice. You have the opportunity to hit twice. It's also concentration, which means if you cast that on yourself, you now have to concentrate on it for the next round, otherwise you lose it. So I would swap that out with another cantrip. Let me recommend you, if your DM would allow it, True Strike, but it doesn't suck, which is a homebrew spell that I made. You point so this one is that you get a bonus to your next weapon attack equal to your spellcasting modifier, and it's a bonus action. Also, those stats were what I got in front of. Damn, well, okay, good for you, man. If you are, so, you know, True Strike, but it doesn't suck is a good one. But if your DM doesn't allow the homebrew, or that specific homebrew, because this is kind of powerful, Vicious Mockery is a great one. If you're going with melee, actually, since you're playing a monk, I would actually recommend you take Throw Hands. Since you're a monk and you're kind of working with your hands and stuff, your Throw Hands allows you to push creatures back and also allows you to deal damage to them. So I'd maybe swap that out with a damaging cantrip, because you always want to have something that if you don't have a weapon in hand, if you don't have a spellcasting focus, this only requires verbal and somatic, so it's pretty much always going to be useful. And Throw Hands is also another homebrew one, but it's a good one. So, and it's not OP or anything like that, but again, just make sure you talk to your DM about it. Charm Person, I played a bard from level 1 to 20. I played a bard. Again, talk to your DM. If your DM's cool with homebrew stuff, then, you know, what's a good non-homebrew option? Thunderclap or Mind Sliver. No, Mind Sliver's homebrew. Fuck, I always forget. So okay, it's your choice. Thunderclap, you create a burst of energy, and all creatures within 5 feet of you take 1d6 thunder damage. Or Vicious Mockery, where a creature within 60 feet of you takes 1d4 psychic, but they have disadvantage on their next attack roll. That's a really good way to kind of, like, you know, fuck with an enemy. Hold on. Okay, manage character levels. Home. Turn off homebrew. There we go. These are the cantrips that you have access to if you don't include homebrew. So these are the ones that you would have access to. Again, in my opinion, Vicious Mockery is good. Thunderclap is good. I've always been more preferential to Prestidigitation over something like Mending, but that's your choice. Prestidigitation is just like little illusions. Mage Hand is good for moving stuff around if you're too far away from it, so you can, like, lift stuff and you know, interact with things. But Vicious Mockery, being that it doesn't require somatic, means that you just need to be able to speak to cast it. So this is actually one of the better ones. And Thunderclap is good because it's not verbal. It's one of the only bardic spells that isn't a verbal spell, because you're just clapping your hands. So for your character, you could, like, smack your sticks together and create that one. So that's a pretty cool effect. As for your other spells, Charm Person is one of the spells that, as somebody who played a bard from level 1 to 20, I played a bard for 2.5 years. I hated Charm Person. This is mockery. Nice. I hate Charm Person personally, and it's because of this last sentence. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. If you ever attempt to charm somebody that you will have to interact with any other time in the future, they're going to know that you magically influenced them. Now, there are homebrew options out there. There's like literally a homebrew feat that I found some time ago that was like, it was something of like it was called like extra charming or something like that. Sorry, my nose is stuffy. That was, if you cast a spell that charms a creature and that creature would know it at the end of the spell or when the spell ends, that it doesn't. But that's not official, obviously. This is one of those things where like there's another one that is, I think it might be Dominate Person. I forget which one it is. It's not Command, or is it Suggestion? No, it's not Suggestion. It's another, it's an enchantment spell, and I can't think of I can't think of what it is off the top of my head. Hold on. Enchantment. Fuck, what the fuck is it? Oh, is it Friends? No, it's not Friends. Friends is another one that's kind of shitty. When the spell oh no, it is Friends. It is Friends. When the spell ends, the creature realizes that you use magic to influence its mood and becomes hostile towards you. So for 1 minute, concentration, mind you, you get you took Thunderclap instead of Mending. Hey man, you do your thing. Yeah, this I hate how enchantment spells that are about charming people are like, when it's done, they fucking hate you because they know that you used magic on them. Why am I not a strong enough spellcaster that they don't know? Why is my charisma not high enough that they just, you know, think it's just my own wiles? I fucking hate stuff like Charm Person and Friends because it's stuff like this that makes it so bad to take enchantment spells. Like, you better hope that your DM is cool with, like, you know, you just trying to influence people with, you know, intimidation or persuasion, because you're better off. You're better off not using the magic for that and not having these spells. It's dumb. Okay, so Disguise Self, that's good. They should know. It's the thing that keeps it from being... I get that. The problem is that there's not enough spells out there that make it an incentive to play that style of character. That's the point I'm making. There is no reason that this spell should exist. After 1 minute, the creature becomes hostile towards you. The creature was not hostile towards you in the beginning. That's the thing. A creature of your choice that isn't hostile, and after 1 minute, it now is. A creature prone to violence may attack. Another creature may seek retribution. You are casting a spell to piss someone off, but for 1 minute, you got advantage on charisma checks against that one creature. Hey, buddy, I would rather not take that spell, take another cantrip, and then, you know, just roll persuasion. I'd rather have advantage for other reasons. Not have it have a massive penalty to use it. It just makes the penalties of like they know that you cast it and now they're pissed off makes it such a detractor to ever utilize them. I would rather take the sleep spell and just knock them out, because if that's the case, I'd rather them be asleep for the next hour. That's me. That's my own opinion. Disguise self is good. Every bard should have that. Being able to change your clothing, you know, your items, that's always a good thing. Yeah, that's always a good thing. Identify is pretty good. I mean, you can use that as a ritual, so you don't have to burn a spell slot to use it. And it's good to know, you know, what the items that you are coming into contact with are. So that's a good one. There's some other spells in there that, depending on the kind of game you're, I was confused why you went on that tangent, because I meant to click Bane and not Charm Person. Oh. Bane is a better one. Bane is good if you want to play an antagonistic character. You know, forcing somebody to make a charisma save, or they, three creatures to make charisma saves, or they take a minus D4 to stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, identify, depending on the kind of game that you're going to be playing in, identify may come in handy. It's definitely a good utility spell if you're running a longer form campaign, or if you're playing something where, you know, you want to make sure you know what an item does before you attune to it. That's a good one. So I could also see you taking Thunder Wave. If you took Thunderclap up there, and you're playing this like drummer monk bard that like creates beats out of everything that he hits with his quarterstaves, Thunderwave would be cool, where you like take them and like you hold them over your head and smash it into the ground. That would be a sick way to do it. Sleep is one of the ones that I took. It's great in early levels, because you roll 5d8, and that's how many hit points you can knock people out with. So if you have a group of goblins, for example, goblins only have 7 hit points. So if you roll 5d8, 15, so you could knock out 2 goblins, you know, in a room. It's not concentration or a minute. They're knocked out, but they're knocked out for a minute. So that's a good one. Healing word, obviously, you know, always good to have some healing. Fairy Fire is a good one. Fairy Fire is one that I've had a lot of players in a lot of campaigns take. You basically create an outline around creatures and objects within an area, and attacks against them have advantage. It makes them really easy to see. Yeah. And then your second level spells, you took Heat Metal, which we already talked about, and Invisibility. Now, the thing to keep in mind with Invisibility is that it's an action. It requires concentration, so if you end up in an area of effect spell that damages you, you will have to make a concentration save. And when you attack somebody, you are no longer invisible, or you're no longer invisible, or if you cast a spell. So invisibility is great if you need to escape. I think it's a great spell using it for utility. Because I used it with a number of characters, and I generally used it to turn invisible as my action, and then move away from a creature, because if a creature cannot see you, it cannot make an opportunity attack against you, so you don't need to disengage from it, and then from there you can run the fuck away. What else we got as second level spells for a bard monk? You're gonna take Shatter instead, dude. That's actually the thing I was gonna get down to. I was gonna say either pyrotechnics or shatter, but if you're going with like, if you're grabbing thunderclap at a cantrip, if you were to swap out one of your first levels, swapping out identify with thunderwave and then grabbing shatter. Now here's the thing to consider, okay? Thunderwave is a 15-foot cube originating from you. Okay, this is something that a lot of people don't actually understand about what that means. So I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you a little bit of guidance here on how to appropriately use Thunderwave, because it gets misconstrued a lot. So give me 1 second to pull something up on my side. Okay. Okay. So when you so what I wanted to get at is that so if this is your character, for example, and let's just say you are fighting a couple goblins and they have surrounded you, at least on one side. Okay. Say this is, you know, this is a group that you're fighting, and they have you kind of surrounded. All right. So thunderclap is a 5-foot range around you. So if you attempt to cast thunderclap, that's a terrible way to do that. Why are we oh wait, I know why we're so zoomed in. This is a teeny tiny little map. That's why everything was all fucked up. All right, so let's just say this is, you know, these are the goblins that you are fighting at the moment. Let's move you guys over here. Okay, so these are the goblins you're fighting at the moment. When you cast thunderclap, it is a 5-foot range around you. So that means that everybody in this blue square is affected by that. That also means that if your companion is standing next to you, they are also going to take some of that damage. Thunderwave, on the other hand, I'll just walk 2.5 feet to the right and do it. Well, that's true. You can move, and that would allow, you know, that to work. Granted, you would take an opportunity attack from this guy, but that's fine. But the thing is that when you cast something like half a square, unless your DM gets hyper pedantic or allows you to do that, you don't move half steps. It's 5 feet of movement. Every square is 5 feet. Unless your DM allows you to do that, I would not allow you to do that. No, you're not moving 2.5 feet. You take a step, and your step is 5 feet. Because if you start getting into half steps of movement, that becomes mind-numbingly obnoxious. No, every square is 5 feet. You cannot occupy the space of another creature. You cannot end your turn on a space that another creature occupies, and you must be in a square. Mother, may I take a half step? No, you may fucking not. So again, this is the square around you. This also happens to be a 5-foot square representing a 15, or this is a 15-foot square representing a 15-foot cube, because it's 15 foot on all dimensions. What if you stop mid? That's not a thing. You don't stop mid-step. Everything is in 5-foot increments. Again, unless your DM is very specific. If your DM allows it, cool. If you'd play in one of my games, abso-fucking-lutely not. So again, Thunderclap is every creature within 5 feet of you. You're good, man. You're good. Thunderclap is every creature within 5 feet of you. It's a 15-foot cube. It's a 15-foot, cube technically, because it's every creature within 5 feet of you. Thunderwave, on the other hand, Thunderwave, on the other hand, is a 15-foot cube originating from you. This means that as long as a corner of this cube is touching the square that you are on, you can position this cube in any way that you want. Like, you could have this thing going 15 foot in this direction. Well, it's 16 feet there. But you could have this going in 15 foot like this. And that is going to hit these. That's going to hit all 3 of these. As long as one part of that square is on an adjacent tile to your character. That's actually one of the cool things about Thunderwave, is that even though it says that it originates from you, a lot of people assume that it's like, just the things around you. Shatter, on the other hand, is a 10-foot radius sphere within 60 feet. So, I mean, that's just, 10-foot sphere, just poop right there. Right on top of them. So, yeah. No, I think, I think the character you got going here is pretty decent. And then, yeah, grabbing Zone of Truth, that's kind of weird, but, hey, to each their own. I mean, again, I'm thinking, like, the way that you were kind of describing your character, like using drums and stuff. Yeah, Zone of Truth is good to get information about characters because they can't deliberately lie. The thing is that this is the one thing that I've used this against DMs, and I have turned this against players. On a failed save, a creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius, and you know whether or not they succeed. So an affected creature is aware of the spell and thus can avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. So such a creature can be evasive in its answers as long as it remains within the bounds of the truth. That's the one thing about Zone of Truth that, like, as a player, I have not liked, but as a DM, I absolutely love it. Because if any one of my players casts Zone of Truth on somebody that they are interrogating, guess what? For the next 10 minutes, they are radio silent. They are just not gonna talk. If they can only speak in lies, or if they can only speak in truth, they just won't talk. Or they will be purposefully vague about stuff. We know that you stole the gems. At one time in my life, I did procure a precious stone. You know, it's like, oh, he's not revealing anything, but he is technically being truthful. So yeah. But hey, again, make your character the way you want. Don't ever take what I say and, like, make your character how you feel you want to make them. I would ask specifically yes or no questions. They were silent, vague, or evasive. You can assume he's lying. Sure, you can assume he's lying. You can assume that they're lying otherwise, though. I mean, that's the thing. If you ask specific yes or no questions, that is a good way for them not to be elusive, evasive or vague. But yeah, just like, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Man, is it? Wait, really? Yeah, but the spell makes confirmation. If they are shady, then it's shady. Well, sure. That's also why you have this ability, or you have this skill right here, Insight. Your insight check determines whether you can determine the true intentions of a creature, such as searching out a lie or predicting somebody's next move. Doing so involves gleaning clues from body language, speech habits, and changes in mannerisms. So that's actually why I don't generally care much for Zone of Truth as a player. I would rather beef up my, it's fine, dude. I know that you're newer to it, and that's actually why I do this stuff. That's why I talk these things out. Zone of Truth is one of those things where, kind of like with Friends or with Charm Person, where I would rather just have a much stronger persuasion or a much stronger intimidation instead of Zone of Truth. I would just have I would want to have a better insight, and your character has a passive insight of 15, which is actually pretty decent. So arguably you could probably guess most people's like mannerisms and stuff. This just requires you to have a very specific area that if a creature steps into that area, they cannot speak a lie if they fail your save. But again, they can still be elusive as shit. I actually ran I was gonna run an encounter where players are entering a city, and in order for them to enter, they actually have to step through into a Zone of Truth, and somebody casts a spell on, like, when they enter it, they have to like answer questions, and it's like anybody who is affected by the spell is the only ones allowed to answer. The other ones are like none of their words or testaments will be taken at value, but the ones that are under the effects of Zone of Truth will. It was like a magical city, and that's like how they would manage it. I want to see something here. Monastic tradition at 3. Bard would have already had it. Yeah. So what did you pick? Oh, College of Lore. Okay, interesting. That's an interesting choice. Okay. The wizardy version of the Bard. the one who gets more proficiencies. And cutting words, though, is a really good ability. Yeah, lore's not bad. Personally, I like glamour. That was what I played for my 2.5 years as a bard. My Warforged bard was a glamour bard. He was the best. And then I also played an eloquence bard. You didn't have another choice at that time. That's true. Well, let me give you a little bit of an explanation of what each one of them is, so that you may better choose. College of Creation. So the College of Creation is a bardic college where you are able to create art and effects that are kind of like from the weave itself. So like it says here, you are able to create these tiny little motes of potential, and you can have them orbit creatures, giving them buffs to their ability checks, attack rolls, or saving throws. You can also create a non-magical item within 10 feet of you, and yeah, I think that's like the whole thing, is like you can create items, so you always are kind of prepared whenever you are running around. Glamour is all about inspiring your allies. So Mantle of Inspiration is that creatures around you gain temporary hit points. You kind of bolster their resolve. And Enthralling Performance is that you get to charm creatures around you, a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier. So they idolize you, they fawn over you, and they will speak glowingly of you to anyone. Lore, obviously, you already saw. You get some extra skill proficiencies. You get some you get the cutting words ability. Spirits is one where you get to talk to the dead. So oh, I didn't get rid of glamour. Actually, I could just not be an ass and just do this. There we go. So yeah, spirits, you learn the guidance cantrip, which allows you to give your allies a plus D4 on an ability check that it makes. You also get the use of a Taraka deck, where you get to draw from it and gain a bonus from to your spells that deal damage and that heal later on. And then you get to talk to the dead. You get to hear the tales of other creatures and have different effects depending on what you choose. College of Swords, you're basically a fighter. You get a fighting style, you get a flourish. It's basically the champion bard, or sorry, not the champion bard, the battle master, or the battle master fighter. It's basically the battle master fighter. College of Valor is that when you get into combat, like, you are a war bard with valor, but you're like the one waving the banner and the flag. So you're able to inspire your allies that whenever they make an attack roll, they can use your bardic inspiration to add to the attack. And then College of Whispers is the bards that create psychic blades and attack from the shadows, and they're essentially the rogue version of the bard. There is one more, but it's actually not going to be in your list, unfortunately, and that's Eloquence, which is bards that use their words more than others. They have like the ability to persuade and deceive people, and they can give a penalty or a benefit to saving throws. That was the other bard that I played for a while. Yeah, lore is fine. I think lore would work. Lore definitely works. So, but yeah, no, not a bad character. I think it's pretty nice. But I gotta be heading off. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I gotta be up for work early. So everybody, thanks for hanging out with me tonight, playing or listening to some lo-fi, talking D&D, just hanging out. Love these Monday streams. If check out the rest of it later. Yeah, I will check it out another day. I might do a stream Wednesday because I have the day, I have the evening. So yeah, hopefully if I do another stream this week, I might have those other books, so I might do a special one talking about those books. But yeah, other than that, I will see you guys on Thursday for the next episode of the First 15. So you guys have a wonderful night. I will see you then, and until then, good night.